4:30 p.m. Members present this time are Board Member Cincioni, Board Member Parks, and myself, Michael Todd. Our first item of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Cincioni, will you please lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Our next item on the agenda is item 1.3, our strategic plan, continuing the process. Ms. Amy Castellanos.
How's everybody today?
Very good.
Thank you all for being back. This will be our fourth meeting regarding the strategic plan. And today we are here to just review some of the goals that your leadership team has put together for your consideration. So just kind of an FYI of where we've been and
Amy,
where we're going.
we're going to need you on the microphone for the minutes.
On the mic.
You have to, yeah, because otherwise they won't capture it.
Yeah, you want to
I'll
grab one of
that
these?
today. Okay, better?
Yeah.
Is it on?
We've got a recording of, that's all.
Okay. So just as a reminder, we're here today to discuss the board goals. And for your consideration, the leadership team has put together goals under each one of your focus or your priority areas. Our timeline that we're looking at working towards, we were hoping to have goals approved, goals for the strategic plan developed by August 30th, which we did. And these are the ones that are for your consideration. We're asking the board to review those goals tonight and hoping to get the action plans and the KPIs submitted after the October meeting. So that just to give us a heads up where we're at with the timeline that you all set, we're running a little bit to the shorter edge of that if we're looking for the KPIs and the action plans as well. What you'll see in front of you is the proposed strategic plan layout. So I just want to focus on the layout with this slide here. We're going to see under each one of the areas, you'll have a priority area. It will say what that priority area is. So for instance, this is employee excellence. It will have a goal, and we said we wanted to do the broad strokes on the goals, right? So, and then the key action steps or key performance indicators will be underneath each one of those. We have not gotten to those key action steps or key performance indicators yet because we want to approve this strategic plan each step of the way. So today we're just here to talk about the goals. Priority area number 1 was specifically instructional services. We were looking at educational services, library, media, special and gifted education, and student services. That's just a few of the areas that we had put under the instructional service. So the goals for your consideration, we have 4 goals under each area, and that's what you had asked for. These goals, I'll give you a moment to just kind of tell me if you've had time to review these. Well, first off, let's start with, have you had the opportunity to review the goals?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. And so for those goals and for your consideration, is there any feedback that we have on the goals area under instructional services?
So, I'll go on the first one. We have increased proficiency in math by 10% each year for students in 3rd through 8th grade. A little concerned about that because I don't think 10% proficiency is going to meet the goal. That would take some schools to 18% or less.
Just real quick, President Todd, the goals are just going to be one above that.
Oh, sorry.
So those that's just one of the examples, and we'll get into that in our next step. So if you'll look at right above that in smaller print, yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I see
It's
it.
got smaller print in bold. The first goal will be LESD will increase student proficiency on district and state assessments for all students.
Sorry. Those are fine.
Okay. The second one, LESD will improve daily attendance rates across all of the schools. LESD will increase opportunities and engagement for all students. And then LESD will integrate technology into the curriculum to enhance student learning and engagement. So any feedback on those 4 goals?
Can you tell us how these, like we had the goals, but how do these goals and these priorities, how were they developed?
So they were developed with the leadership team. We were sitting down and we looked at all of the feedback that you had given us under each of the focus areas, what the vision was for the strategic plan, and then we worked through the goals that way.
Okay. Because goal 4, I have a little concern about, and that has to do with integrating technology into the curriculum. What we have to be careful of here is we don't integrate too much.
Right.
I want to, that should be the minimum side, not the fallback.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, we can of course further define that, but I'm just sharing that with you so I want to make sure that we're not creating more use of technology.
Okay, so is this a goal that we want to keep?
I'll leave that to the other guys. I don't know if,
So goal 4
here's the deal. It's a fine line between, look, the kids have to know how to use technology, right? But how do you integrate that with curriculum, and how do we make sure that the traditional curriculum, so to speak, stays your primary target?
and that would be up to your leadership team to figure out what those indicators might be, or we can go with a different goal altogether if there's another area under this instructional services that you would rather focus on.
We could also play with the wording too, or we could also adjust the wording, Brian, like something like not to be a substitute for the curriculum, or if we needed to clarify the goal, we could, or address it in a different area, like Amy said. So we could certainly do
Yeah,
that.
I think that's probably a better way. I want to keep technology, but I want to just make sure we've defined it better.
Yeah.
So this was, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as technology, I think the more we get the kids involved, the better. One of the really exciting things I saw in my tenure in education is the advent of interactive whiteboards. Now, I don't think we're having kids do enough with it. I don't think they're doing it. Our teachers are using it, but we need the kids to use it. So I'm not sure I want to back off on technology.
I think we just need to be more specific. I agree. I think Paul made a good point.
Yeah.
I think we just need to be very specific that we're not implementing a bunch of curriculum programs online. Right?
Yeah, this goal is not to say, okay, all of our learning is now going to be online learning and asynchronistic and all of those things, right? The idea behind this goal was to really hit home where the board was saying, hey, it's important for our students to be able to apply the technology to real world experiences.
Yes, that's where I
But
thought we
it
were
is-
going.
yeah,
So let's
right.
look at this maybe and just rewording it a little bit.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah, and cabinet members, let's all take notes. We kind of caught the spirit of it, and then we can work with Amy on the wording.
So one of the things we did want to bring up in this area as well is we were talking about expanding the opportunities for engagement. So you'll see on your document in front of you, there is an area that is very specific, and let me pull it up on my computer as well. There is an area that's very specific to the gifted program and how we expand that. So one of the things that Natasha was asking is if we are to expand, or if we're to write these key performance indicators, excuse me, just one moment. If we are to write these key performance indicators, it went away. Can you help, please? Sorry. Speaking of integrating technology, we have to have at least one hiccup. If we're to write these key action steps, if we're saying something to the extent of expand the multi-age gifted program, are we looking to expand that across the district or expand that beyond grade levels? What is reasonable in 5 years? So Natasha, do you want to speak a little bit more on this? Because this will help us structure how we give you the key performance indicators.
Sure. So a couple of questions that I had just thinking about expansion. We did expand this year by grade level. So I just need more direction on what do we think the word expand means? Does it expand to more campuses? Does it expand in location? You know, we talked a little bit about north and south. Is it at every campus? What is the vision in 5 years to help us with writing the KPI?
That's a tough one. It's a tough one because we don't necessarily can predict the need, right? So how do we fine tune that? Because look, in a perfect world, we'd love to be able to have enough kids in every school to be able to have it in every school. But it's hard to put a KPI in and say, oh, we're going to expand it across schools if we don't have enough students or teachers to fill that position.
I also think there's a budgetary component
Well,
that
that goes hand
right
in hand,
that we
right?
have to think
Yeah.
about as well. So I just
Could we maybe fine tune it as, you know, it's going to be hard to fine tune it. It's the wrong word. This may be more of a broad requirement, which is more like, you know, making sure that we're keeping up with the demand across the district. So if there is so many, maybe we want to quantify it by the number of students.
Okay, so maybe expand the multi-age gifted program to X number of students
Right.
or by 5%, and then how it winds up.
Right, right. So instead of across locations, I mean, because that's the deal. If we get to the point where we've doubled our student needs, then we could sit here and have a discussion about, do we need it in another school, so to speak. I mean, still a dicey one, but yes, I think, I mean, what's your feedback on that?
I'll just chime in. I think it can be a little broad at first
Yeah.
because, you know, the plan allows us to be fluid and take corrective action and course correct, whether it's expanding into grade levels or expanding locations. You know, so we don't have to, the die is not cast for 5 years. We can say expand
Right.
and really funnel down what does that mean? You know,
Right.
are we
No,
going to first and second grade? And then, like you said, if the numbers don't match, then our definition of expansion becomes, well, let's have one in the north and one in the south.
Right, right. No, I think we're on the same page.
Yeah,
that's
I think so. We could just maybe fine tune some of those words, but expansion means, in my mind, more opportunities for students and families to participate in that program.
Well, the number one thing is to be able to provide the opportunity, provide the resources available to the kids that need it.
Yes.
Right? So it's kind of an on-demand thing, but we better be prepared for it.
Okay, great.
My first blush on it was, how in the world do you calculate this? I mean, you're talking about increasing the engagement. What number do we use? Now, obviously, with a specific program, that's pretty easy. Then you just look at numbers. But I read this initially for every child, and I agree. I think every child, we can increase our engagement. So, but the issue I have is, how do I calculate that? What
Well, and that's,
kind of,
and member Bixler, that's what we figure out in our key action steps. So it's measurable, right? When we say expansion is the goal in 5 years to have a more robust opportunity, gifted opportunity for students at each school, you know, and what does that look like? And how many kids are enrolled? What's the feedback from the parents? You know, have we increased? Have we gone into different grade levels? So we could measure those. We
now
can
you're
measure
just
it that
talking
way.
about just the GT program, just the MAG program, though, right? Or are
Ye-
you talking about all?
Well, we're just talking about the MAG program right now.
Right.
On
and
the
I'm talking
sample.
about all of it.
Oh.
All the
Yeah.
kids.
I think it would be all that. MAG was an example.
Yeah, that we're just,
It was just an
yeah.
example, but it would
we're
be
just
all.
using that as an example right now with you
Right,
guys.
right. And I'm really concentrating on all the kids.
So I think sometimes to the point, it's hard to put a specific number And that's true in a lot of things. It's like a marketing campaign. Somebody goes and spends millions of dollars on a Super Bowl commercial. There is not a single person in this world who can say, if we buy this Super Bowl commercial, we're going to make X million of dollars back. Secondly, sometimes that money comes back 3 or 4 years later. I've been a part of marketing campaigns, and you light it off, it takes off, and you go, ooh, we didn't see a very big spike. And then 3 or 4 years later, you see a spike, you start talking to people, say, well, what you said 3 or 4 years ago at that conference or whatever resonated with us, we had to get engaged. So I think this is one of those things where it's going to be hard to specifically put a number now. As we grow, we become a little more fluid, we should see some growth. I think if we see 1% growth, we may question, are we doing enough? Because that's probably some natural. But I think it's really hard to say we want to see it grow by 20% at this point, because we don't know what's even going to come of our district as we're growing new schools. And so there's some influence there that could make it challenging to define a number this
Yeah.
early on.
And we're just talking about gifted as an example here, Member Bixler to go through. But again, I come back to, and Brian, Vice President Parks has brought this up, we're assessing this as we go. So we can adjust this after year one because we were way off, or we can course correct. So it's not like we're saying, hey, here's what we're going to be in 5 years, and we're not budging. Because after 6 months, we could say, hey, we got to correct this. We were way off in that. So I think that definition of expansion for this example and others, that's the good thing about the strategic plan when you come back for a review in 6 months or a year, is we can adjust all that to your guys' point.
Well, and I think also, let's just say we did come up with a number, 10%, and we hit 10% growth in the first year. That doesn't mean we've met our goal. We're going to come back and change that and go, well, let's go to 25%. So this is not a check the box exercise over the next 5 years. If we meet a goal, we've exhausted that goal. We've done it. We're going to raise the bar and keep making it better and better. So
I'm actually glad that we're having this conversation, because I think you're going to see this reflected in some of the other work that we've done and the other priorities.
100%.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the same thing, that there's going to be monitoring and adjusting and trying to set that mark or adjust what the mark is. So
Well, and I think that it's a really good point in this area here. There's going to, in instructional services, you'll have many more of your KPIs that have very specific numbers to them, right? And as we go on, you're starting to see this as expansion piece. You'll start to see the review and approve pieces. So
Yeah.
all of that is going to flow into the goals further on. I would like to make sure that we are okay on this goal area 1, or on the goals for area 1, or for focus area priority area 1. Okay. All right. So let me go back to the PowerPoint so you guys can see the.
there we go.
Okay, so these were the instructional services goals that were proposed. We will be looking at how we can expand the goal 4, as you mentioned, Mr. Parks.
But
Oh, go
did
ahead.
we miss priority area 2?
No,
Nope, we're
that's
going
where
there
we're
right
at.
now.
Okay.
So priority area 2 is under employee excellence. And the proposed goals, there were 4 proposed goals, and I'd like to open that up for discussion now.
Yes, on goal 2, what do we mean by all employee groups? Like, what is defining the groups?
The groups are defined by skills. So if we're talking teacher groups, paraprofessional groups, instructional services groups, our bus groups.
Yeah, so the different employee groups, transportation, teacher aides, paraprofessionals, principals, making sure there's professional development for school lunch workers, for everyone across the board.
Can we take a look at goal 4? It was a little confusing to me on the wellness. This has to do with our benefits packages.
Yes, it's the
Benefits.
robust benefits
So
package.
can we define that as the benefits package instead of wellness? To me, that's a little,
Yeah, actually, it's funny you say that, because yeah, I mean, you just said robust. It could be a robust and comprehensive benefits package or something.
Mhm.
Because you're right, wellness does kind of
It's pretty
pinpoint it.
narrow.
You know what I mean? But it could be that.
Yeah.
It could just be the overall benefits
Yeah,
package.
I think that's where we wanted to go initially anyway, so
Mm-hmm.
we could do that.
Any other questions, concerns about the proposed goals?
Yeah, and this may have been mentioned when I was out of the room, but I'm assuming that the priority listing is not necessarily a true priority listing, right? It's just, we stuck this in number 1, we stuck this in number 2. Right. Right. Rank order. Right.
And so they are not listed in areas of importance. They are just listed.
Yeah.
Right. It's just a nitpicky thing, and I really think we should ought to be highly qualified as opposed to what's the term we use for the teachers? High quality. Yeah, and that's just the thing. We have a definition for highly qualified, and I think that's a good solid definition. So I don't think you get unless you ask for it. And I think if we ask for a highly qualified teacher, that's a specific person, as opposed to somewhat nebulous discussion here. I realize I mean high quality. That's true. I want somebody of quality. But again,
I'm going to defer to you on this, but I believe we don't use the term highly qualified anymore. I believe it's appropriately certified. So I would just ask that we check the language to make sure it used to be highly qualified. I don't believe we're using that
It's just
anymore.
not a term that's used very much anymore. And it could even be a combination, Member Bixler, of high quality and appropriately certified. But yeah, I think I want to say a few years ago, this idea of highly effective kind of went by the wayside with some of the other, I'm trying to think some of the legislation that happened. And because right now it's a lot more it's easier to have teachers be in the classroom because of the shortage. So this idea of highly
and
qualified
highly
is,
qualified had some hoops to jump through, which I agreed with. So
And also understanding that this goal is to all staff, so we don't have that same terminology for a paraprofessional or
That's
for
true.
a registered.
that's true.
Well, I think also high quality, somebody can be highly qualified on paper and still not really be high quality. There are plenty of people who have a piece of paper, but they've lost their edge. They may be highly qualified from 15 years ago and never done anything real progressive to modernize. But if we stick with high quality, then that bar continuously raises as the years go on, as dynamics change, we continue to increase. So, and I want to be sure if highly qualified is no longer a statute or referred to, that we're using the most accurate modern term. So I think for me, I would tell staff, or I'd ask staff to just make sure we are using, I think you get the gist of what we're trying to accomplish. Let's make sure we use the most appropriate terms for today versus, not that they're bad terms from the past, we've just changed it. And if we say highly qualified and that doesn't exist anymore, we'll never meet that goal.
Quality is a number of pieces. It's not just paper. And I drive in business, and most businesses do today. It's a quality structure of a number of different key points. It could be personality, it could be passion, it could be a lot of different things, which we can define. Obviously, for a certified teacher, you'd have to have a certified teacher. That's a minimum requirement. So what I like about quality is it allows us to define for this district what that means.
Any other discussion around employee? to effective system safety. You just handed me back the mic. Okay, I apologize. Moving on to effective systems, safety, and resources. This included school safety, some of the other areas, nutrition services, technology services. So you'll be seeing a technology goal under this one as well. Because this covers so many areas, we do have more goals in this area than we did in previous. So there are 5 goals in this area, and I'd like to open that up for consideration and discussion now.
I've looked over goal 1. This one's kind of out of our control. We're expecting the public to take care of this for us. I don't know that it belongs here. I probably could remove it or place it somewhere else, but I think it's unrealistic, and I think it puts I mean, how do you control what the people do?
It's a fair point, Vice President Parks. We talked a little bit about this in cabinet because 1 and 2 are almost the same thing, or you could tuck 1 into 2 a little bit. But I think that's very fair because that's essentially out of our hands. So, I mean, we can tuck that in somewhere. We can include some of that language, into goal 2, Dane, where maybe we're educating the public on, how public voter approved initiatives work, but that may be one we just want to strike or include somewhere else. Cause
Yeah, I just think it doesn't.
we can work really hard on it and it not pass, and
Well, this is very clearly looking at parents or to the community, so to speak, or our constituents to pass something. We have really no control over that. So I don't really think, in that language, I don't think it belongs in our strategic plan.
Well, I think what Dan and I were talking about too is that increasing the funding sources is what we're trying to do. Right? And so increasing funding sources also allows us to apply for additional grants and whatnot. And it may consider goal 1 might be under that as well. If we are to look for bonds and overrides and communication plans around that, that might be a small piece of what we're doing.
If you were just to add, I mean, even in goal 2, increase funding sources, it included, bonds and overrides. Would that cover it? I mean,
I think so. No, I
Yeah.
think we answered the question right there. You strike goal 1 and Dane, we add some of that language, basically intent of goal 1 into goal 2.
Well, maybe that's a KPI.
Yeah, that's a KPI, sure. I think it simplifies it too, to your point, Vice President Parks. I think we could do a combination of 1 and 2 in there. And maybe that's probably better as we think about that. Cause as I was telling you, as I was reviewing it, I almost thought, wow, goal 1 and 2, you could almost combine those a little bit into one goal or move 1 into 2.
For me, passing a bond is one of the key things that a superintendent does. And I disagree. I think it's clearly in our ballpark. We need to make a better job about going out and advertising, talking about why we need them and so on. We haven't done a good enough job in the past. So I think we need to do that. But I disagree. I think this is really a high priority for any superintendent, any CEO of this organization, because we got to have the buildings with the
Yeah.
kids in.
No,
And
I
so that's,
don't-
for me, is number 1. Now, moving it to a KPI might just take care of that.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, Board Member Bixler, but I appreciate the sentiment that, listen, in past districts, I've worked very, very hard, and I've led the charge on a lot of these things. However, the vote hasn't gone my way, and or our way, and so, to your point, yeah, I'm certainly not trying to wash my hands of it or wash our district's hands of it. We got to try to educate our voters, but in the end, a voter goes and they cast a ballot based on the information they have. So I would be comfortable with it in a KPI. I'd be comfortable with it in goal 2 because I agree. This is critical in the state of Arizona. This is how they've set up the rules for school funding. And we'll talk to you guys more about potentially a bond for next year and all those things. So I do think it has a place in the strategic plan, and it could certainly be a KPI, key action steps or whatever to secure that funding.
That's where I would see it.
I hear everybody's comments. I think everybody's got some good points to this. This particular goal has some key action steps in it, which I do think are important. And I'm afraid if we merge 1 and 2 together, we get too many action steps into one to cover everything. But I'm wondering if we take goal 1 and we just reword that a little bit, take out past bonds and overrides, but we say we develop highly effective communication and community government relations strategies that then would help us to pass bonds. If we have a strong community relationship, we have successfully turned a fair number of people in this district who were once upon a time not supportive of bonds and or overrides, and then they've publicly spoke to it. So high community government relations is critical in this landscape to do that. So either way, I'm comfortable, but I'm afraid although goal 1 and 2 are close and could be merged, then do we get too many action items under the merger of those two? Just I think you guys can massage that and work
Okay.
through it.
Yeah, we
kind of
can-
indifferent either way.
That's good feedback. I think I think we can come back and bring these to the board and really to their point. I think we're all saying the same thing, but have some clarity in the goals and not have too many action steps. But I like what you just proposed. Maybe we take a stab at it offline and then bring to the board when we approve the goals. Brian, all the input that's been provided. I think we can do that because it is preeminent, you know?
Any other discussion for priority 3? Moving on to family and community engagement. So to your point, President Todd, family and community engagement really is focusing on our partnerships with our civic leaders as well. And so we're hoping to have a really robust discussion here underneath our key performance indicators or key action steps of how we're going to strengthen those partnerships with our civic engagement. That being said, there's 4 goal areas under family and community engagement. I'd like to open that up for discussion.
For goal number 2, talking about maximizing community and civic partnerships, I think we've done a great job at that, and I would love to see what key action steps we can to improve that. I know that, over the summer, Blue was having somebody use their facilities for sports and just kind of different partnerships. Going back to what President Todd said, just getting the community involved is going to be so important, not just as the district becoming a community staple, but for when it comes to passing bonds and overrides and whatever else happens in the district, we have the back and the support of the community. It's huge. So just looking at that.
Really quick, can I interrupt you for a second? I think we have a topic on here too for the trust. You're here? How much longer do you think we're gonna be for your part? 15 minutes? Oh, okay. All right, well, she says 5 or 10. Do you have 15 minutes if we start your, about 5:15? Will that be okay? Otherwise, we could pause and reshuffle a little bit, but if we're good, let's just do that. I just make sure. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, carry on.
So the last area is communications and marketing. This is really talking about our internal and our external communications, our public relations, and our brand management. There are 4 areas here for consideration goals. I'd like to open that up for discussion.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I'd never really thought about branding and thinking about what would we want for our branding to be. Who are we? That's a good question. Never considered it.
There's also one other piece to branding. It's called brand value. And the more value you can bring to your name or brand, the more people will come to you. So brand management, so to speak, or brand value is key for any organization and their success. So this is a key piece to this strategic plan.
Well, if you've gone to a movie recently, you clearly see that we're in a competitive market with advertising. I see charter schools advertising at the movie theater. So yeah, branding, I wish I'd thought of that. That's a good idea.
Any other discussion about communication within marketing? Anything you'd like to see added or deleted from that section? To put together a worksheet that has the proposed goals, and I will send that out to you. I'll be sending that out hopefully within the next, well, I'll send it out by next week, next Monday. You all will have the proposed goals and any revisions that we discussed here today. And then that would be for your consideration.
Yeah, my goal would be to bring it at the next board meeting for approval, have us work on some of the suggestions that have been brought, and then put it in front of the board and have them be able to approve that, would be my goal.
And then from there, we will begin developing the key action steps and key performance indicators.
I don't have a question, but I have a statement, which is thank you, Ms. Castellanos. You've done a fantastic job, and this could have gone way off in left field. So thank you for the direction, and thank you for all your help.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. Our next item is item 1.4, a presentation discussion from the trust for the model policy program. Dr. Monroe, do you want to introduce this a little bit?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I would like to introduce to the board Jennifer McLennan from the Trust Model Policy Program. So she's going to go through a presentation about what the Trust Model Policy is about. Currently, we use the ASBA for our trust program, and I think the board will see very many benefits. Excuse me, we use ASBA for our policy. I think you'll be able to see a lot of benefits. So please feel free to stop Jennifer and ask her questions, and she'll go through this PowerPoint that's been provided to the board already. So Mrs. McLennan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monroe, President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the governing board and cabinet. Thank you for having me out today. As Dr. Monroe indicated, I'm with the Arizona Risk Retention Trust. I consult for that trust body, and I was part of the original creation of the model policy program. The trust was asked almost 3 years ago to begin to create a set of policies that would be unique. They were crafted from scratch. They hold their own copyright protection. They were created by 4 different law firms. The law firms involved were Gust Rosenfeld, D. Consini McDonald down in Tucson, the Trust Main Liability Defenders, Dave Pioli, Chris Welker, and then the 4th law firm involved was Udall Shumway, Denise Lilbrit. So those were the primary law firms that created the policies. The reasons that the trust board asked the law firms to create the policies from scratch was because there were some members who were dropping out and who didn't have that safety net of having a set of policies to be used and to be updated. And the trust was concerned about the liability risks for the pool overall, as well as the trust wanted to, and members were asking for, a nonpartisan, simplified version. So we went back to basics, looked up how many policies were actually required by state and federal law, and tried to minimize it. Your existing policy, 660 policies, we went down to about 220 policies and procedures. Benefits include that it is nonpartisan, it's customizable. I understand from having discussions with Dr. Monroe that this board has done a great deal of work on certain policies. You can carry those over if you choose to go forward. The interface is very easy, and I'll show you a picture of that. And it's a streamlined work product, understandable text. We didn't lift law and put it in, so we tried to make it user-friendly. 5 chapters. Actually, kind of when Amy was speaking, it doesn't it flows nicely with your strategic plan. You have a chapter 1, that's your district governance, that's the board's work. Chapter 2 is administration, 2 very short policies. What are Dr. Monroe's duties and how do you evaluate him? Chapter 3 is business services office. This encompasses everything from some of the technology issues you were talking about, safety, how you do your budgeting. Chapter 4 is your human resources office. And their policy portion of their policy manual. And then chapter 5 is the lengthiest. It's about students. So it should be. There's also a glossary of terms, a quick start guide, and we've created a form bank. Their policies are listed along on the main page of the trust with other users. Again, they're copyrighted, and you can, if you choose to move forward, you can post your link to the policy manual on your own website as well. This is what it currently looks like. So you can click to look at just what the trust model policies are, and then there are certain districts listed, the top 8 in beginning alphabetically. This is what a chapter would look like. So this is chapter 1, again, mostly about the board's authority. To the left, the blue highlighted is a link, a hyperlink to the policy language itself. And then on the right, it gives the name of the policy and whether it's a policy or a procedure. Similar to your existing policy manual, what you have now as regulations can be changed by administration as long as they let you know about what the changes are. So that's where some of the meat of the policies are actually carried out by the administration, and then the policies is the board's vision for your school district. This is an example. I mentioned that it's customizable. This is an example from Dysart Unified School District, which was the first adopter of the model policy program. Similar to your board's work in creating a strategic plan, they had created one and they wanted their goals to be listed. And so that's their first policy. These are the current model policy users. We have approximately 32 up and running. These are the districts that have committed this school year to move to the model policy program. So these school districts expect to be up sometime between December and June 2025. Dr. Monroe?
Jennifer, Dysart was the first district to adopt, and that was 2 years ago.
Dysart adopted in effectuating January 1, and so they are coming up on their 2-year anniversary of adopting.
So you guys have grown pretty quickly. I mean, districts adopting over the last just 2 years.
Yeah, and we have a slide here that shows the different areas of our state in which model policies are being utilized. So far, I think we're in every county, which is nice. It's fun for me, fun work. I enjoy it. There's
can
a
I stop you?
significant price differential.
Can I stop you? Can you go back?
President Todd.
Mesa's on there now too, right? They're
Correct.
in the process, or they have done it.
Mesa Unified is currently using the trust model policies they took last year to adopt. So they're currently using, as well as Gilbert Unified and Chandler Unified.
I think
So
they're the largest school district in the state, right?
correct.
Is that fairly new, Jennifer? I did not know Mesa had adopted. They are the largest school district in the state. Is that fairly new?
Mesa adopted as of July 1 of 2024. So they're currently using the model policies. The price differential between your existing provider and ours is significant. It's approximately $500 to join. Annually, it'll be up $240. That fee has not been raised by the trust board. The fees for transitioning, you all use Clyde Dangerfield, as I understand it, and Cantalme and Brown for your legal services, so they can assist in reviewing and providing the board with any legal advice that you need on the policies. My partner, Lillian Lee, and I do a lot of the legwork to try to minimize your costs in terms of your prepaid legal fees. There's a few areas of the model policy program that do require a legal eye. One is in the benefits area, making sure that you're carrying over all your employee benefits. And then another tricky area doesn't apply to you all with respect to graduation rates and graduation plans. That sometimes gets a little sticky. So steps to join, the first thing I advise is that every district preserve your existing policy, notify the trust of your intent. You would approve moving forward, provide the trust with an executed agreement, and then we'd issue the purchase order.
Jennifer, let me interrupt for a minute. Dane, just going back a slide or two, I know Dane's done a little bit of analysis. Dane, can you talk to us a little bit about what we're paying now for policy services and what it would be with the trust?
Hang on, Dane, pass the mic to him so we
Oh.
can.
Sorry.
Yes, on the spreadsheet, it shows last year we paid $26,371.55 to ASBA. The trust is going to cost $10,750. And so the difference is $15,621 on an annual basis. But the first year we had to pay a severance fee of $4,884. So the first year we'll only save $10,737. But going forward, it'll be $15,600. So a significant savings.
Okay, Dane, if I heard you right. So as of right now, for this year, that'd be about a $10,000 savings. But as of right now, next year, you could count on $15,000 savings between what we have now and what we could adopt.
And most of the fees that Dana and Dr. Monroe have just outlined are with respect to your use of board docs. So the trust, if your district chooses to remain with ASBA for any type of membership, then you would continue to get board docs through ASBA. But if you sever, then you can get board docs through the trust, and we can offer the same level of discount that you currently are taking advantage of.
Yeah, my question is the $27,000 that we're currently spending, is that only for policy services through ASBA, or is that for everything we get from ASBA?
Everything.
So can you break it out to just what we're paying for the policy services?
Yes, so what we're paying for the policy services is $16,000.
Okay, so 10,000 less than the 20.
Yeah, so for board docs, it's going to be the same price, either through ASBA or through the trust.
So again, in terms of the transition process, and I can explain that a little more, but essentially your administrative team would work to get the policies in good working order. You'd get them reviewed by legal. A lot of times, Dr. Monroe might ask a staff member to take this on as their special project. Sometimes we brought in retired superintendents to assist. The main point that will be the work of the administration in conjunction with Lillian Lee and I and your council will be to make sure that we don't drop anything that you all want to see in the manual. Once the policies have been reviewed, you would notify your existing provider of cancellation. You obviously don't want to do that until you're up and running. It takes about 2 weeks for once we finalize and the board's approved. It takes about 2 weeks for us to get your platform built on the MicroScribe platform, which is currently you're using Policy Bridge, but that's the platform that I showed you many slides ago. But this is the MicroScribe platform, so that's what that would look like. And then we would move forward. In terms of how you would want to transition, you could use study sessions like you're doing now. You could tack on a chapter to each board meeting. You could I've been to districts in the rural part of our state where we did a couple all-day Saturday sessions. It's really up to the board as far as how you want to review the items that you would be approving.
And in that blue folder, board members, and I know it was emailed to you, but I think Jennifer provided some samples of implementing something in a month or 2 months or 3 months or 5 months. So
Right.
when I spoke to Jennifer, she said she's kind of seen districts transition in many different ways, and the trust is very supportive if we were to choose to do that.
And then once adopted, there is some work on the part of your school district to transition your downstream documents. So you may have policy references as handbooks. You likely have them up on your website. You may have forms that you want to use, trainings that mention policy. So you would have to do some review of your foundational materials to make sure that your new policies are referenced. Annually, the trust provides services that you would you have availability to as members. One is that we do a policy governance summit. We just had it a few weeks ago. It'll be held at the Canby again, which is on 24th and Camelback in downtown Phoenix. It's a one-day legislative update, keynote speaker, and legal presentations. We also do site-based training, so board secretary, board orientation if asked. Lillian and I, in a couple of years, if you're not sure if you've made all our updates, we can come out and do a policy review. That cost right now is $1,000. And then the trust will do at least annually an update to the policies in preparation for new laws going into effect. So this year we came out with that on August 1st, gave districts 2 months to adopt approximately. And that is reviewed by the same 4 law firms. So any changes to the policies that we're making that are significant is reviewed by the same 4 law firms that I mentioned. If you need more information, there's a lot of information on the trust. There's me on a video saying, talking about each chapter. There's different informational sessions that we'd be happy to have. So if you need more information before you move forward, is definitely information available on the trust website. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of got lost in the other stuff. Do you have a number for the very first year after we join in, what it would cost the district, assuming nothing else happens?
Right now, that cost is $240. So the trust board, that $240. So if in a few years you decide you weren't sure if you'd made all the updates, the trust can come in and do a comprehensive review of your policies and make recommendations about what you need to update. And that cost would be $1,000. So the $10,000 figure that you have in your packet is your existing costs for board docs plus these trust fees. Board docs is something you're already using, so it would be the continuation of board docs. But the cost for the trust program annually is $240 current for just policies. Any other questions that I can answer for any of you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, members, it's 5:20. We'll show our meeting is adjourned for the work session, and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes for our general meeting. Governing Board for the Liberty Elementary School District is in session today, Monday, September 16th. Time is 5:33. Here at the Jerry Roby facility, we have all 5 board members present: Vice President Parks, Board Member Kenyon, Board Member Bixler, Board Member Strincioni, and myself, Michael Todd. Our next item on the agenda will be item 1.2, will be the Pledge of Allegiance. And Board Member Kenyon, if you could lead us, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to the Liberty Elementary School District Governing Board meeting. We appreciate your interest in the district. The 5 elected governing board members serve without compensation and volunteer countless hours on behalf of our students and staff. The president and vice president of the board are elected in January. Under state law, the governing board may only discuss and vote on matters that are on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Agendas are posted a minimum of 24 hours in advance on the Liberty Elementary School District webpage and at the Jerry Roby District Complex. Copies of tonight's agenda are located in the foyer and on the district webpage. If you wish to make a public comment, please complete a request to address the board form and submit to the board secretary before the meeting starts. These forms are located in the foyer prior to entering the governing boardroom. Members of the public will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak once recognized by the governing board president. Please state your name before you speak. During the call to the public may speak on any item of business on the agenda that requires the board to take action. The public may also speak to the governing board about a school district matter that is not on the agenda. State law prohibits board members from commenting on or discussing the matters presented at the end of the call to the public. However, the board may ask the superintendent to review the issue or place it on a future agenda. A board member may also briefly respond to criticism of a board member or the governing board itself. We ask that all speakers show respect and courtesy to others. Comments must pertain to a matter that is within the jurisdiction of the governing board. This is not an appropriate forum to complain about an employee, student, or others. We also ask the public who are present for the meeting to be respectful by being attentive, avoid calling out or creating any disruption that may interfere or interrupt the meeting. Individuals who interrupt or interfere with the meeting may be asked to leave by the board president. Thank you for allowing this meeting to be conducted in a peaceful and productive manner. And thank you for your attendance and involvement in tonight's meeting.
Okay, members, next item on the agenda is 1.3, approve the regular agenda form.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the regular agenda form consistent with board policy BEDB and temporarily suspend governing board policy with which this agenda may be inconsistent.
Second.
You have a motion, a second, to approve the regular agenda form. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Sorry, Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Strincioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We approve as approved 5 yes, 0 no. Next will be item 2.1, attendance enrollment reports, schools newsletters, and superintendent update. Dr. Monroe.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board, we had a very celebratory Friday with the groundbreaking of Loretta Zumbro Elementary School. I appreciate the board being there and being attentive. I appreciate President Todd's very touching words as we broke ground. I do want to tell the board, as I was talking to Callie from the Arizona Department of Administration, she goes to a lot of groundbreaking, and she said that that was one of the most well-attended groundbreakings that she has been to. So last week was a very celebratory moment for this district as we continue to grow, and it was a good way to end the district. You know, last week was challenging for our high school neighbors at Buckeye, Yonker and Verado high schools, as they were dealing with some social media threats that we sort of got pulled into because we share families. And I just want to remind the board that tomorrow we're going to host a community forum. and where we can talk about student and school safety and invite the community. We're trying to get that out on a lot of social media channels, and we have confirmation from MCSO and Goodyear and Buckeye PD that they'll be there as well, so that we can hear the parents and be able to communicate to make sure our students and staff are safe. Also wanted to tell the board that in front of you, you have newsletters from each of our schools. We've been in full swing now, 6 weeks or so. In fact, parent-teacher conferences are right around the corner. Our attendance rate in August was about 94% for the first month. And I'm happy to report that we're up over 100 students from last year. So it's good to have that growth trajectory back in Liberty. We continue to look at efficiencies in our organization as we restructure and reorganize. And one thing we're going to add on the superintendent update once a month is also a discipline update. So we can bring that to the board. And so I'm going to turn just a minute or two over to Dr. Mohorn so she can do that. Dr. Mohorn.
Thank you, President Todd, Vice President Parks, and members of the board. If someone could go to the first slide. So just a little update on August 26th, which was our first day with all of our principals and assistant principals. We had a principal and assistant principal, PD, and the first thing that we did is we talked about our brand new discipline behavior matrix that you all adopted on July 31st at the July 31st board meeting. As part of the PD, each of our principals and assistant principals were asked to share some of his or her pluses and deltas. So we talked about some of the good things that they're seeing and some of the challenges that they're having in each of their buildings. And after that, we did have some one-on-one meetings, some individual meetings with principals and assistant principals. If you go to the second one. So here is some data. And what this is it is referral data as of last Thursday. And so you'll notice Blue Horizon 26, Estrella Mountain 46, Freedom 28, Las Brisas 32, Liberty 54, Rainbow 29, Westar 52. These numbers, I can say in the first time since I have been here, now it's only been 18 months, they accurately reflect that our principals and assistant principals are accurately looking at the matrix and documenting what is happening. So I don't think high or low numbers, to me, that is not a good or bad thing. What it is that our leaders are looking at the matrix and documenting what is happening. And I think that is a celebration in and of itself, is that our leaders are using that updated matrix. They are contacting parents when something is happening, and they are accurately documenting. I still get a lot of calls, which I still think is a celebration. Okay, can you walk me through this? This is how I'm interpreting what the matrix is saying. Am I interpreting that correctly? And I think that is a celebration. Our leaders are absolutely using that matrix. They're absolutely communicating with parents. So again, whether it's 52 or 26, I don't think that's the number isn't the important part. I think it's the documentation. And I really do believe that our leaders are doing a good job with documenting and following through, making sure that they are communicating with parents. The very last slide, we'll talk about our Student Services Committee. We did have this last year, but some changes this year is we are going to continue to focus on discipline, but we're going to have 4 meetings instead of 3, and all of these meetings will be open meetings, open to the public, and the potential dates will be October 1st, December 3rd, February 4th, and April 8th. So they will all be on board docs, and they will be shared on social media as many ways as we can share, so that we can have as many parents, teachers, community members come and participate, because we can do this together. And we love to hear feedback on our discipline. So I think this has been a very good start to our year when it comes to discipline.
Thank you, Dr. Mahorn and President Todd, Vice President Parks, and members of the board. That's the superintendent update, unless there's any questions.
Members, any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, just one question. Dr. Mohorn, I'm glad they're calling to get specifics on how to report and so on, because that's really the strength of the numbers. You've got to be reporting oranges and so on. And I'm assuming you guys did some early work on that, saying this event looks like this, so there was common agreement.
And we will continue doing that every single month. Yes,
That
we
was
will-
going to be my question, is there a regularly scheduled?
Yes, every
relook?
single month, and we'll do some inter-rater reliability, bring some examples of referrals. How would you code this? How would you, what would be contact with the parents? What would be the follow-up with the teachers? We'll continue doing that every month.
Great, yeah, good deal.
Any further questions? Our hearing none, we'll move to item 2.2, Governing Board and Superintendent Recognitions. Dr. Monroe.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board, I don't know about you, but I've missed this. This is why we're here. And this is probably our favorite part of the board meetings is once a month, we recognize our stellar and our exemplary students from around the district. And so I don't think we've done it since April. And so we're back at it now. And so President Todd, I know I'll turn it back over to you and we can have the board members come to the floor and we'll recognize our students of the month.
Members, if you'll join me in the front.
Excuse me. Thank you, thank you. Just trying to hold it.
Well, good evening. Dr. Monroe is certainly correct. This is one of the greatest things we get to do every month for our students, and we certainly missed our students over the summer. We're happy to have them back, but we want to take a time each month now to recognize 8 outstanding students from our 7 schools. These students really are what exemplifies the Liberty Elementary School District. They embody core values of respect, integrity, accountability, high standards, and of course, they're student-centered. They're focused on being successful as citizens, as students, as just everyday people that we love to see growing up into our country. Their honesty, hard work, and caring nature positively impacts their schools, classrooms, and communities. Thank you to these students and their families for joining us. I know families, it's tough coming sometimes on a Monday night. There's lots of other things taking place. We appreciate you supporting your children and bringing them to this. Students, if you will, as I call your name, if you'll please come forward to be recognized, and then just hang out right over here. And when we're done, we'll take a big group photo. Our first student is Zoe Gaudet. Our next student will be Sean Fegley. Our next student will be Serenity Peterson. Okay, our next student will be, I hope I get this right, Isiel Francia. Isael. Sorry, my apologies. Our next student will be Parker Holmes. Next will be Ariana Cruz. And our last student will be Emma John. So again, you're looking at some of the finest. I would tell you this is the elite group. Really, every student in our district is truly amazing. I wish we could do this every month and just recognize them all. But these stand out, picked by their staff, their principals, and their teachers as being the leaders of their campus for this month. So please As board members, sometimes we don't like loud noises, but sometimes that's not a good thing. But in this case, it's really good. So please give one more real loud applause to them. All right, students, if you'll join us up here for pictures, and Minnie will come around and tell us where to be, because otherwise we get in trouble if we get in the wrong spot. All right, we're just going to pause the meeting for a minute. I know some parents want to get on to sports and dinner, so we'll just hold tight while they clear out, and then we'll get reset. Just give us about 5 minutes. Members, the time's now 5:51. We'll continue with our meeting. Next up will be item 2.3, a multi-age gifted field trip presentation. Members, just to set this up, when we did a campus tour, the students of the multi-age gifted program asked if they could come to the board and make a presentation on a field trip that their class is wanting to do. How can you say no to students that want to make presentations to us? So of course, the answer was yes. I know they have other things, so I took liberty to set this up early in the agenda so their parents can also head out to dinner and sporting events if they need to. But with that, we'll turn it over to the multi-age gifted program to present on their proposed field trip.
Mr. Todd, President Todd?
Yes.
I have 4 students that have requested public comment on this topic.
Okay.
Oh, parents, I'm sorry.
All right, perfect. We'll let the
right.
kids go first, then we'll do
Okay,
those.
sounds
Okay,
good. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you all. Oh, is it? Thank you all for coming, or thank you all for letting us come to present our 7-8 mag trip to Knott's Berry Farm, which we also consider Operation Make Bank.
We're gonna be going on May 5th through 8th, 2025, and we will be attending their STEM educational program.
We will be going to Knott's Berry Farm to attend the STEM educational program to learn about the mechanics and engineering behind the rides. Some of the concepts that we'll be learning about are centrifugal force, mass, inertia, and we'll also be experiencing how some of the concepts relate to the rides.
Sorry. We need to raise $710 per student, which is 9 students and 6 chaperones, which will include getting there by plane because it's out of state, ground transportation once we're there from the airport, a 3-night stay at Knott's Berry Farm Hotel, admission into the park and program, and then food and drinks for 2 days.
We would pay for this by starting a school spirit store. We would ask the district for a loan of $1,000 to help pay for our school spirit items. We have asked local businesses for sponsorships, and parents can support with us with funds and what wasn't covered.
So, okay. So, for our school store business plan, which we're using the store to fund our field trip, the location is going to be the library at our school, and it's going to take place at school events or after school, maybe before. The employees will be 7th to 8th grade MAG students working in shifts to sell, advertise, and account of our supplies, and track sales made. And we'll learn to track sales made running a small business and making critical decisions about running a business. For advertisement, we'll spread word among kids through posters, morning announcements, and maybe in the Westar newsletter. And our stock is just going to be mostly Westar themed merchandise.
This is an example of one of the business letters that we've sent out to ask for sponsorships to Rexel Electric. They gave us $478, and with that money, we bought 600 temporary tattoos, 700 reversible bracelets, and 50 stickers. If we sell out of all these things, we'll earn $4,250.
So our initial order for the $1,000 we're asking for a loan will include just a couple examples, or lollipops and custom croc charms and pencil pennants and stuff like that. If we successfully sell out of that, we will make about $3,500 profit.
In the future, we would hope to sell additional items like a variety of shirts, water bottles, and even keychains. We would hope to raise $10,650 for the full cost of students and chaperones. And our ultimate goals are $8,000 for the school spirit store and $2,000 for sponsorships. And if only half of these funds were achieved, parents are in support of paying $375 per student, and funds not raised and spending money would come from parent support.
Would you please consider supporting us by approving our trip so that we can increase our STEM knowledge, have real life experiences, experience research and planning, and have a little fun, and also allow us to open up a school spirit store to raise funds, have workplace experiences, develop and evaluate businesses, and money management, communication, and to bolster school spirit. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, you may proceed.
Members, any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, I do have a question. I noticed that you only have 2 days of meals, but you've got 3 nights of stay. What are you going to do the third and fourth day? Are you not going to eat?
For the first day, the parents will supply food and we might go out to eat with spending money. As we listed in one of the slides, parents will support spending money. That includes the food for 2 of the days. The third day, we would be traveling home, so it wouldn't require that much money to go home. So that is the plan. Just each person would bring their own money for food.
Yeah, you had asked for a loan of $1,000. If we made it $1,500, could we pay the third day?
Most likely.
He'll take it one way or the other, I think. Any other questions, members?
Not a question, just a comment. Phenomenal job. Good presentation. I really like where you guys are going with this, and it makes me proud to see you guys are with this business mindset, putting this together and how you presented it. So thank you. Good job.
And I'll thank the parents and Mrs. Crowley. Great job in leadership.
I got one thing, Mr. President.
I would
Go
just
ahead.
like to also tell you that this was none of my idea. My kids run my classroom. They often are so inquisitive and they're so driven. And so this actually was a question they had 2 years ago, and they resurfaced it this year with a new opportunity. And we want to thank Ms. Hamburg for, they presented to her and she had given them this opportunity to be before you today as well. So that has her blessings. So thank you.
Board Member Ciancioni.
I just had one question. Besides the store, have you guys set up like a donation page where people who outside the community can donate?
We are planning on doing that. We haven't, as of yet, it's too early to receive donations, but we're planning on setting up at least some sort of system for donations.
President Todd, may I? Wonderful job, students. I mean, talk about real life learning. You guys have done a great job. Mrs. Crowley, Mrs. Hamburg, thank you. And students, I would also invite you to explore Arizona tax credits, which seems to be a hidden secret in Arizona, which I need to do a better job as a superintendent of helping you understand how that may aid your trip. And so I would encourage you to explore that. And then based on board member Ciancioni, my guess is there's going to be a lot of people that want to help. And so you guys should think through a lot of those donation pages. And I think your business strategy is real sound, but just understand that I think there's a lot of people that want to step up and help you guys make this possible. And Mr. Bolden here could even come and meet with your class if you guys want to explore what the Arizona tax credit is and help your parents and other people understand, because that could really help you with this trip as well.
Okay, and they have a gift for you because they want to remind you what they're there for, and that's to work hard and be dedicated to their decisions. And so with that, they have one of their items that they'll be selling. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. One yellow, my favorite colors. Thanks. Let's go blue. Pretty cool.
Thank you, guys. I do have a question. I know when we were in the class before, you told us you originally started at Disneyland, but you switched to Knott's Berry Farm, and your reason you gave us was interesting. So maybe you remember that, and you can share us a little bit about the benefits of the Knott's Berry Farm trip.
Yeah, so we originally wanted to go to Disneyland, but after some research, we found out that that would not be plausible because of the cost of Disneyland tickets and a whole bunch of like money reasons. So we decided that Knott's Berry Farm was also in California, but a more affordable option, and it had a similar STEM program. So we opted to go to Knott's Berry Farm instead.
It might be the future board president right there, I think.
We also, the reason we chose Knott's Berry Farm is because we discovered that they had a better STEM educational program than Disneyland did. So we opted to do that over it.
Great.
For, as well as funding reasons.
Perfect. We're ready for public comment. Yeah, Parks, you gonna help out with this?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I got a first donation for you.
There's another one. Here's one more for you. You probably need to give it to this guy so he can process it into your account. But
5 days to deposit that.
okay.
Make
Don't
sure
leave home without it, or don't leave here with it.
Make sure you get a receipt. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we do have public comment. First one is Nikki Coe.
Thank you. My kiddos over here, and I just had the privilege of being asked to come in and work with the class when they were doing the original request for information. My day job, I do a lot of planning with the Girl Scouts and their trips, so I was able to supply them with some preliminary numbers for hotels and things, and they just took it from there and had all these great ideas. So I'm just there to help out whenever I can. So I'm just really proud of everything that they've done.
The next speaker is Sarah Jane Dimmick.
So happy to talk with you guys all today. My son's back there, one of the tall ones. I am, as a parent, in complete and total support of a trip like this. This is a kind of thing that I've always wanted for my kids in the education system, the type of opportunities for them. I can say from personal experience, I grew up in Florida, right in the shadow of Disney and all of that. And I remember when I was in high school for physics, we actually went to Busch Gardens, one of the other one of the other theme parks that are there. And the whole purpose of it was to measure the velocity and the force of the roller coasters. We got to go through all of that. And I remember that not only was it a blast, but I learned a ton that was really hands-on applying all of this stuff that otherwise was just kind of in my head. It was just in a textbook. And it didn't come alive until I had that opportunity to really be there and kind of see, oh, okay, so this is how this all works. This is what this all really means. So as a parent, I think it's a great idea. I also love the opportunity that they have to really develop some real life experience with putting together a business plan and presenting that. I think that's an invaluable skill that kids really can take for years after they leave school. So, thank you.
The next speaker is Aaron Stewart.
Prepared something. I promise I won't take too much of your time. Distinguished board members, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to discuss the exciting and invaluable opportunity for our gifted students and future leaders. A field trip to Knott's Berry Farm. It isn't just an outing, it's a transformative experience that can significantly benefit our students and enrich their educational journey. Firstly, this event to Knott's Berry Farm offers a hands-on learning environment that extends far beyond the classroom. This field trip is designed to integrate real-world skills with academic concepts, particularly in the areas of business and entrepreneurship. The students will witness firsthand how a business operates. This is an exceptional opportunity for them to connect theoretical knowledge with their practical STEM application. Our Gifted Age classroom is a dynamic and innovative learning environment, continually opening doors to new experiences and opportunities. This classroom has completely transformed my child's educational opportunities. The trip to Knott's Berry Farm will further this mission by providing our students with real-world context to explore their interests and their talents. It'll help them understand the different aspects of business, from the economics of pricing to the strategic planning of the events. This experience is much more than just a few fun days out. It's a critical step in preparing them for future academic and professional pursuits. Moreover, this field trip is a unique chance for students to develop essential life skills such as teamwork, problem solving, and financial literacy. By actively participating in various activities and observing the park's operations, they'll learn valuable lessons about responsibility, collaboration, and the impact of their decisions in a business setting. In addition, the students have the opportunity to earn their way to this field trip through opening the store to sell the school merchandise. This approach not only motivates them to engage deeply with their learning, but also instills a sense of achievement and ownership over their educational experiences. It encourages them to apply what they've learned in classroom in real-world scenario, fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation for their studies. In closing, I urge you to approve this field trip to Knott's Berry Farm and the fundraising opportunity for the school store. This is an exceptional opportunity that aligns perfectly with our goals for gifted education, to provide challenging, enriching experiences that foster growth and curiosity. By supporting this project, you're not just giving our students a fun field trip, you're investing in their future by equipping them with practical skills and to dream big. Thank you so much for your time.
And the final speaker is Angela Hamilton.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board. The Gifted Field Trip represents more than a field trip. It is a project management opportunity that provides wonderful learning enrichment for the children. The required elements of the planning process are multi-step and complex. I have had the honor and pleasure of witnessing my son's passion about this project. When asked about the inherent challenges in such an undertaking, my son quickly replied with a smile, "It's fun." It was this very moment that I realized how much true joy this project of co-creation brings to my son. The scope of the Gifted program is designed to include projects and opportunities that allow for educational expansion. I cannot thank the board enough for considering this request. It will be an investment in the children's educational escrow. watch them grow, take pleasure in their desire and drive. It is a privilege to do so. Thank you.
There's no more public comment.
Okay, for class that's there, currently we don't vote on this. It will come up later in the agenda. We can email Ms. Crowley tonight after the meeting and let you know, but we have a lot of field trips we're going to approve. We wanted to give you the opportunity since you requested to speak to us, so we did that, but we'll vote on that later. You're welcome to stay, but you probably want to go. Thank you, guys. Okay, next on our agenda is item 2.4, transportation presentation. Looks like it's going to be you, Bob. Is Dondi here?
President Todd, Vice
you are,
President, Vice President Parks, board members, introduce our transportation supervisor, Dondi Yates, who will give us this presentation on Just Roll With It.
So that is our, good evening, President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board. That is our theme this year, is just roll with it. With all the construction that's been going on, we have weekly changes. We don't even know where we're going half the time. So that has been it for the year. One of our first celebrations here we have is another proud achievement for us. We are the only district in the West Valley that is 100% fully staffed 2 years in a row. So there is no other school district that ever. Another celebration we have is our 13 international conventional buses that are coming. They are currently in production. We are expecting to have them on site by November. They will be providing us with temporary charging stations until our transportation complex is complete and put them in production right away. Before we go to our next celebration, this was a team challenge that we did at the beginning of the school year for our transportation welcome back. I gave all my staff a list of 60 different locations to go to. We did kind of like a scavenger hunt with it. They had 3 hours to do it. They had to work as a team. They all had to drive. They all had to be in the photos, and they had to return on time. If they did not return on time, they were disqualified. The objective of this was to teach them what we do in the office to get them prepared, how we get them to their schools on time, get them to their bus stops on time, and as many stops as we can in that amount of time. So they had 6 teams of 6. The winning team visited 24 stops out of the 60 that we gave them. So for our last celebration, one of the pictures that they were trying to achieve was a member of an elected official. Any elected official, because we sent them to City Hall, City of Goodyear, City of Buckeye, and one team came back with a picture with President Todd. So they were very excited. They got some bragging rights for that. They did not win. They only had 22 locations, but they did get some extra points.
I'm going to object to that. They had to have won. Had to have won.
Some of our upcoming goals are our student badges are rolling out this year. We are hoping to have 100% every student by the end of October. I know we're still waiting on some cards to get here, and once those come in, we're going to try to get them printed out. Obviously, our new transportation facility, it's on the horizon. It is coming slowly, but we are seeing dirt moving out there. The electric buses and charger training schedules. We already have 2 trainings scheduled already. We will have more to come as they get closer to being here. And one of our future upgrades is our 2-way radio systems. I mean, we are very outdated there. We are working on different companies right now and getting different quotes and different ideas of what we can do to improve that. Some of our data. This year we have 26 drivers, 3 driver trainers, 10 bus monitors, 1 mechanic assistant. We have 64 bus routes this year. Last year we started with only 58. With our growth, we are up about 200 students in transportation, so we've had to build some more routes. We have 31 buses. We're transporting 1,982 students, that's general ed and sped ed. Almost 200 more than last year. Our miles have dropped from last year, but that's because we went to the 4-day week. We lost almost a little shy of 100,000 miles. We're at 255 miles, sorry. We had our field trips went up last year. We did 193 field trips, and we're getting ready to start our bus evacs in October, and we do the second one in February. Some more data we have is our preventative maintenance schedules. We do twice a year in the winter, or 75,000 miles, 7,500 miles. We do the oil and filter changes. In the summer, we do a full service DPS inspections, from anywhere from fluids to belts, hoses, wires, rivets on the side of the bus to make sure everything is 100% in order. In February, March, DPS actually comes out to us, our site, and inspects all of our buses, and then we follow with the missions after they are done. Our white fleet services are performed every 7,500 miles. Doesn't matter what time of year, we just follow that schedule. And then at electric buses, we don't have preventative maintenance protocols yet, but we are developing them and learning. It's all brand new to everybody, so we will have more of that update later. Our summer conference this year, when we all went, it was on transportation routing, time management, accident management, claims mitigations, mirror grid training. You can see in the picture on the right, that's our current mirror grid. It's obviously very old and outdated. The trust has volunteered for free to come out when our yard complex is done and rebuild the whole mirror grid for us. So that way we can stay in compliance with that. Our next step is just, we're going to our commitment to safety. It's obviously our first priority. All of our students come first. Electric bus training and usage. We've got a lot of training to do there on that one. We're going to continue our emergency management training. We do that at every one of our in-services. One of our goals is to enhance the hazard avoidance and accident prevention. I know traffic has gone up around our schools, so trying to get around the traffic sometimes is a little challenging, and that's something that they're working on. During constructions, maintaining the operations. Right now, it's been going pretty smooth, but I know it's about ready not to be going as smooth. And then we want to maximize the use of our new complex when it's completed. Questions?
Members, any questions?
Well, first a comment. Fully staffed 2 years in a row, that's quite an accomplishment. And so, I mean, it's great to see that not just in our buildings, but on our buses, people want to work for us. So that's wonderful to see. This is, I guess, more of a question/comment, probably directed more at Dr. Monroe. Last Monday, well, a while back, I had asked Dr. Monroe to assist me in setting up a meeting with a couple of the police chiefs, because one of my staples is trying to get security in our buildings, and then seeing what's been happening over in our neighboring state, California, where there's been some pretty crazy stuff happening over there in regards to the buses. I had a conversation with Police Chief Sanders, Buckeye Police Chief, on Monday, and Dr. Monroe, Dr. Mulhorn were in there with me. And we were just brainstorming, because obviously there's funding, there's personnel issues and things like that, but we're brainstorming things outside the box. And I know one of the things that was brought up that I knew nothing about was there's a camera system that the Buckeye Police Department uses. I forget what the term is that they use, but there's a specific, so if there's an emergency, they have immediate live access to those cameras on the buses. Is that something that you can dig deeper into and see if, what that would cost to get it in our buses, and just kind of the technicalities of that?
Yeah, Board Member Kenyon, that's certainly something we can look into. And what Board Member Kenyon's referring to is when there's a crisis situation, you can enter into it's either an IGA or an MOU with the police department, where they gain access to your to your cameras or to the footage, either at the school or on the school bus, to help prevent violent situations or have an accurate response. So I think that's something we can definitely look into how that's going to work, not only for the schools, but for the school buses. Yes.
That was it. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay, just a statement. We do have 13 new buses coming, and I don't know if it will work the same for buses, but I thought for staff, Dondi, your staff, mainly you, maybe we could talk to the kids and do something like the Department of Transportation does and have a name the bus contest. And it's a pretty exciting time. We're leaders in the West. We're leaders in the state, actually, on this electric bus deal. So I think it might be kind of fun to see some names that students can come up with, if it's possible. Okay. Great. I don't think there's anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Dondi.
All right, members, next up is 2.5, public report on capital spending, Mr. Dane Bolden. And Bob Young, you're also on this one.
Dane's doing three things at once.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board. Dr. Monroe said it was okay if Bob and I presented from our seats, so I think we will present from our seats. Is that okay, Bob? You all right with
Fine
that?
with me.
All right, cool. So I had to go get the clickers, so sorry about that. But this is our annual report on capital spending. So since we do have bond dollars, we are required by statute to report on our annual capital funds. And so we're going to report on that today. I am going to go over the boring numbers part. Bob is going to go over the pictures, the pretty pictures, and he's going to get to show you some exciting things and projects that are going on at some of our sites. So without further delay, we'll get it going. So what is capital? So capital are items that will last longer than a year. They're going to be repaired versus replaced, usually over $100. It's not consumable, so it wouldn't be paper or food or anything like that. Furniture and equipment, things like that are example of capital items. And so we have several funds that we can spend capital out of. So we have one of our main capital funds is 610. So that's monies that we get from the state. Those are property taxes that we get specifically for capital items. Then we have adjacent ways. And then one of our other main sources is bonds. So we go to we ask the voters to approve for bonds, and then we go and we sell those bonds, and then we use those proceeds to pay for capital items. So those are two of our main funding sources. And then we have some others as well. We don't use 650 too much or 686. 691 building renewal grant we've been using a lot more. Bob has been doing an excellent job of making sure that the school facilities board is approving projects for us, especially with HVACs and things like that. So we've been getting more expenditures there. And those are grants that we get reimbursed for. And then we also have our new school facilities. That's Fund 695, and we are using that one. Normally we wouldn't, but we are using that for Loretta Zumbro. And so because the SFB, School Facility Board, did approve for Loretta Zumbro, we will be using that fund to pay for Loretta Zumbro. So this slide just represents kind of our balances that we have for each of our capital funds. So our unrestricted capital, that's Fund 610. We started out with 600,000. We had revenues of 2.5 million. We have expenditures of 3.1 to leave us with a balance of 0. Our adjacent ways, that started at 1.1 million. We brought in 1.8. We spent 31,000, and we ended up with 2.9 million. In bond building, that's Fund 630. We started out with a fund balance of 17.8 million. So we sold bonds at 3.3, and then we had expenditures of about 3.4. So our ending balance is 17.7. And then we didn't have any activity in 650 or 686. And then again, in Fund 691, we started out with a negative fund balance of 70,000. We brought in revenues of 400,000, and then we had expenditures of 750,000, leaving us with a negative fund balance of 400,000. So SFB should be giving us some reimbursements for that to get us out of that negative fund balance. And then our SFB, our New Schools Facility Board, started out with 0 balance. We had revenues of 300,000, and then we have expenditures of 1.3. Again, that's all for Loretta Zumbro, leaving us with a negative balance of 900,000. But again, they're going to be giving us reimbursements for that to get us out of that negative fund balance. Any questions?
I just got one. When do you expect them to start doing the refunds for that, the reimbursements?
we're doing those now. Bob, do you want to answer that?
Yes. Excuse me. President Todd, Vice President Parks, board members, it's a continual process with the SFB. So we put in for the grants. They approve, go ahead and get a quote for it. We get the quote, we submit the quote, and then they say, okay, go ahead and get a purchase order. We get the purchase order, get the work done, and then we submit the invoices for it, and then they take several weeks to reimburse us. So it's kind of a continual stream. And like as in tonight, we've got, 7 or 8 projects that we're approving. And a lot of it is air conditioning, so we can't wait for them to fund everything. So we fund it ahead of time, and then we get reimbursed from it. And I say reimbursed, it's not really a reimbursement because SFB doesn't reimburse. It just takes a longer time for them to get our money back to us. So it's just a constant stream of, so we have like $1.3 million in grants, but we have $700,000 in money that they've already paid us, but they still owe us money. So
Thank you.
it's a constant process with it.
Thanks, Bob. All right, and here's some items or categories that we could purchase capital with. So technology, vehicles, textbooks, instructional aids, furniture and equipment, construction services. So these are all capital items according to the USFR. So here's a snapshot of our 610. So we're kind of looking at this by site and by description or by category, if you will. So I wanted to kind of get out in front of some of the major expenditures. So Rainbow Valley spent $250,000, and that was due to a furniture update. Westar spent $240,000, mainly due to a block wall and lower retention wall that was built for safety reasons. Freedom spent $212,000 due to mold remediation for buildings B and C. And then capital dollars are lower for Blue and Liberty, since Blue and Liberty was recently remodeled and Blue is new. And then the district spent $1.5 million on technology for student licenses for Achieve 3000. And the district spent $400,000 on laptops and servers and other projects. So that kind of breaks out our capital expenditures, and you'll see that 3.1 million all the way down at the bottom right-hand quarter, it matches page 1 or 2 of the initial spreadsheet showing all of our expenditures under Fund 610. Any questions on that?
Sorry, real quick. So 1.5 million for Achieve 3000. That's more than just Achieve, right? That's all, pretty much all the
student licenses.
The licenses.
Yes.
For
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was more than just the one program. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
All right, and then use of adjacent ways. So we did have 31,000 in adjacent ways expenditures for topographic survey and engineering design for Liberty School road improvements. Yeah, so that's all the adjacent ways expenditures that we had. We will plan to have some more. I think we levied 1.8 million in adjacent ways this year, so we'll have some additional expenditures coming in the current fiscal year. And again, all these expenditures are just through June 30 of 2024, so for last fiscal year. This is just a report on bond expenditures. So basically our total authorization for bonds is 49.8 million. We plan to use for non-admin 40.5 million, for construction 2.5 million, for pupil transportation vehicles and admin 6.9 million. And then our actuals are coming in at 23 for construction for non-admin, 1.7 for pupil transportation vehicles, and then only 150,000 in construction for admin, leaving our total expenditures at 24.8 million, and that's all the way through fiscal year 24. So from the beginning of the bond all the way through fiscal year 24, that's what we've got for expenditures, leaving our variance at 25 million. Any questions on that? Okay. All right, so here's a look at our bond proceeds split out by site and by category again. Just to kind of get out in front of these, Australia spent $220,000 due to repairs of ramps, sidewalks, and additions of ADA compliance and concrete repairs. And then Rainbow spent $420,000 for replacement and beautification of fencing and remodeling of the 300 boys and girls restroom at Rainbow. Freedom spent $222,000 due to gym floors being replaced. And also they got some wood chips for ADA requirements. Las Brisas spent 128,000 due to changing VCT tile, and they polished the concrete floor. So we'll take a look at some pictures later on that. And then West Star spent 73,000 for fence safety replacements due to grinding of concrete for safety reasons. Any questions on? And that's really the construction and renovating category. And that's where a majority of the expenditures were spent. And again, when you look at that bottom right-hand corner, the 3.373 million, that's equals what we have on page 2 of our PowerPoint. Any questions for, and these are just bond expenditures specifically. Any questions on that? All right, we'll try to get to some fun stuff now.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board, I think you've probably seen these pictures in the updates. It's the work we did, completed over the summer, Las Brisas. We took the carpet out of the hallways, polished the flooring. We remodeled some bathroom doors. These were a big opening where you could go into the boys or girls, but there were also the bathrooms that opened from the outside, so the kids were coming in from outside and just able to run down the hallways if there wasn't somebody supervising. So we closed it off, separated the two bathrooms and added doors to them so that they could control the security. We added some gates on the outside. We switched the loading for the parents to pick up on the back side of the schools. So we added 5 gates and a sidewalk where the kids could safely walk down, get into the cars for a more controlled access. And the picture on the right is sound panels that we added in the lobby and down the hallways. You'll see some more pictures here coming up, again, for the noise coming through. This is Rainbow, remodeled the bathroom, put some new fixtures in and cleaned it up really nice. It looks good when it's all completed and nice for the kids. This is softball. We were playground wood chips that are going in. We did that at quite a few of the playgrounds because they were very low and hazard for students to come in and out of the playground, and including the handicapped yet. This is Australia bathrooms. Did a really good job. These pictures don't reflect, they put the new petitions in after this. The new petitions didn't come in time, so we just put the old ones back up, but they have the new partitions in there now, so they look really good. Bathrooms look really good. I think that's been a kind of a focal point up there. Behind the playground, again, access, they had a steep step coming out of the 3 classroom buildings. We ramped it, put some fencing up, and filled the softball so that wheelchairs could easily access the playground equipment and go in and out of the classrooms. That's just more pictures of the ramps and softball that we put in. Same area. Freedom, we did some polishing in the classrooms. That's the science room on the left. The court is on the right. Some of the carpet was pretty bad, so it really made a big improvement to clean them up and polish. And when we do polish flooring, it's also a big maintenance savings. You don't have to clean carpets all the time. It's pretty easy to clean them. This was Freedom in their outside courtyard. We put the artificial turf in there. What was there previously was pretty rough. There was a lot of rough pits and holes in there, so it wasn't really safe. So cleaned it up, just fixed it up. This is Freedom's portables. When you walked in there, you could actually feel like you were falling through the floors in there. So we put new plywood down, new carpet to strengthen it up and shore it up.
All right, back to the boring numbers. All right, so thanks, Bob, for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So looking at some of our SFB projects, we kind of discussed this. We have, I think, maybe like 7 or 8 projects going on. They're all HVAC. So for this year, there's $741,384 in SFB projects. Last year, there was $100,000. So we've increased that 7-fold. So that's money that we're getting directly from the SFB. Just, we're paying for Bob's job just like 7 times over. So great job, Bob. Excellent job. All right. And then this is the last slide here. So we do have 1.3 in SFB new school facilities. So we kind of took a look at this already, and these are all the expenditures that we have for construction of our new school, Loretta Zumbro, that we had the ground opening on last Friday. So any other questions?
Well,
Any questions?
Yeah, first of all, I have to say thank you very much for all the work, Bob, you and your team have done Mr. Young, sorry, all your team has done because, first of all, we've had problems with AC since I got on the board, and it was a continual problem. So the fact that we're taking care of that is huge. I mean, the kids aren't overheating in their classrooms with fans everywhere. The bathrooms in Australia are unbelievable. I mean, I actually walked into them and I went, wow, these are pretty cool. I mean, you don't see stuff that nice in schools, and they did a spectacular job. In Las Brisas, I walked into the foyer and I immediately knew something changed. It was quiet. That place echoed like crazy when you walked in. It was so noisy. That place is nice and quiet. So congratulations. And Mr. Bolden, thank you for not presenting in small Excel sheets. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Board Member Kenyon.
Yeah, just real quick. In regards to the polished concrete, I love how they look. I know that they're a huge maintenance savings. My concern with them is they do the opposite of what Mr. Parks just said. They amplify that, so that noise. Have we had any feedback from staff about those hallways in particular just being super noisy? And if so, is there something we can do, like sound panels or something?
As of right now, we have not had any feedback from what we have done. My previous life, we've had them in for years and never had a problem. We don't do the classrooms per se, like a science room or an art room we might do because of the messes. But the classrooms, we usually leave carpet for the noise in the classrooms. But as far as the hallways, I have not had any complaints either here or in my other life over there. So.
Okay, good, thank you. And my just a kudos on the carpet that looks like we've been using. The tile squares are so much of a savings when you don't have to rip the whole floor out. You can just replace that square. So that's good thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Bixler, did you have anything?
Yeah, quick question. I had the real honor of going over to Westar's, Westar's curriculum night, and was there for the 8th grade presentation, and we were using one of the 8th grade classrooms, and I've got to admit, when that air conditioning fired up, I thought the roof was coming down. Is that one of the HVACs we're doing?
I'd have to find out which room number it was, but
Yeah. I didn't catch the number of the room, but yeah, that 8th grade classroom, it really is distracting when that thing fires up.
we have one that's getting changed out Wednesday morning this week. It's scheduled to come, so I don't know if that's the one or not. But it's
okay.
I think Westar has that expandable ductwork, doesn't it? Kind of pops real loud when the air comes on. I think that's the.
It honestly sounded like the roof was coming down.
Miss Crowley.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's the ductwork that the builders put into it. I remember that from when my daughter was at that school. It pops really loud and sounds. It's the design from 30 years ago.
I think the metal roofing, the metal deck does that as well. So.
It has like the ductwork.
Yeah.
Like settles, and then when the air comes on, it's canvas or something. It's interesting. All right, any other questions? All right, I just had one. Mr. Young, when we talk about some of these air conditioner units, these units are, I've heard you say before, years and years old. Some of them are well past their expected life even. Is that how I've understood that?
That's correct. They're usually when they're 20 years old or more, for one thing, the Freon that they use in it is you can't purchase it anymore. So some of the newer units, like if it's a 4 or 5 year old unit, the SFB might say, well, get the compressor changed, and we're not changing the whole unit. But as soon as I say 20, 21, 22, 23 years old, they say just put the whole new unit in. So,
which I think helps us on efficiency as well. Those old units
absolutely,
didn't
yes.
do as well.
Yeah,
So
the newer units are
and
much more efficient.
Thank you for all the time you've put forth on SFB. It's really showing, seeing that extra money come into the district that we don't have to take out of classrooms. All right, members, if there's no more comments, we'll move to item 3.1, the governing board update. Start down at the end, Vice President Parks.
Mr. President, I'll start off by, the groundbreaking last Thursday. It was fairly early in the morning. They had to get me up after kind of a late night for myself, so I was doing the best I could. But it was a beautiful event, and to see all the people that were there, you know, it goes to show that I think the board, I'm going to commend the board a little bit on the namesake and the name we chose for the school, because most of the people there were supporting Ms. Zumbro. And to see everybody out there in support just kind of reinforces the decision we made and the direction we're going with that school. It's a beautiful location, and it was nice to see everybody present. I had the opportunity to do coffee with the superintendent, Estrella, and it was nice to have some parents there to give us some valuable feedback. Kind of one of the interesting things that we'd heard was the difficulty parents were having with the math program and helping their children, which is something this board is focused on here this year. So it was kind of one of those reaffirming moments of going, yeah, we're on the right track here, and in taking a look at how we can do this better and get our efficiencies up. Spent some time over at Las Brisas and had some nice conversations over there about what Las Brisas was doing in some of their programs to get their efficiency or proficiencies up. So it's nice to see all the work that's going on in both of those schools, and we'll continue to do different roundtables at the different schools and continue to bring parents into the process and get feedback.
Board Member Kenyon.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned earlier, Monday I got to meet with Chief Sanders, Buckeye Police Chief, and I just want to tell him thank you for meeting with us. We had a very productive meeting, just looking at different options of how we can bolster our security at our campuses, our Buckeye campuses, as we mentioned before, on our buses, just thinking outside the box. He really does appear to be a good partner in this, so we're very, very happy. I was very happy with that meeting, and I look forward to other meetings. I got to attend Liberty's Love for Learning night, and that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of kids running around just trying to complete their little passports. They had to go do all these activities in order to get their free food, and they were there was no stopping them. You would have got ran over if you were trying to get in their way. So they wanted their hot dog. Blue Horizons, their 9/11 Patriot Day. I was a little bit late to that, but that was a wonderful event. I want to thank the Buckeye Fire Department for showing up. I think the kid that really made the night or that event, and it was just spectacular to see. And good job getting those teachers to do the competition. I think that was a very loud cafeteria, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Principal Naminsky said that's the loudest it's ever been in that cafeteria. But they had a lot of fun, and it was a good way to celebrate Patriots Day. Got to go around a number of schools and hit up some of the sports events, volleyball events, and it's just still wonderful to see all the parents, all the kids, just the community coming out and watching these and supporting, and the team building, teamwork, all the, just seeing. It's always such a blast to see these events, and so those are still going on. And if you haven't made it to any of those, I ask you, try and make it to one or two of those. They're a lot of fun, and they'll help you focus in on that. And then the last thing was the groundbreaking on Friday. That was such a great event, as Vice President Parks said, and it was just wonderful to be there at that and to help support that. Loretta's an amazing person, as was stated before, and it was reaffirming to see everybody who showed up, mainly to support her, I think, but also to support the district. So thank you.
Board Member Bixler.
Yeah, as you can hear, a lot going on in the district right now. It's great. School's back in session. There's a lot of things going on. I had the chance to go to the Australia Mountain Site-Based Council. Got to sit in on that meeting, watch how that operated. Very well-run meeting. Excellent job by Ms. Boris as far as running that meeting, getting it clipping right along. They did talk me into volunteering. I'm going to try to help out with the math program, so we'll see how that turns out. But it was great, site-based meeting. Then we went over to West Star and got to tour that campus. Very good thing, kind of a dirty trick, new principal, and it was the first tour that we did, so not really fair, but it was a good tour, and we got to see quite a bit that was going on, so appreciate the opportunity to spend some time there at West Star. Got a chance to go see Liberty and Freedom face off in volleyball. Really good game. I tell you what, there's some real talent out there. Our girls teams are amazing. as far as the skills they display out there in volleyball. Amazing how good they are. Went to the Estrella Mountain spotlight with the superintendent, got to hear the parents talk about what they were hoping to see, and the discussion about the math was good. That was a good thing to hear. So that was a good thing. I did get a chance to go to the 48th annual Arizona School Board Association Law Conference. Very good. There's always stuff that you learn there, and it was really good. But one of the real exciting things was that those of you that got the program that went, if you turn to page number 28 in the program that was given out at the event itself, you'll find Minnie right there. She has, for public service, for customer service, she is in an ad that they're doing. So if you're looking for customer service somewhere on the West Valley, Minnie is the person that is the face of customer service. So great job. That was good to see. Went on to, once again, this time to Rainbow Valley and watched Liberty play over there. It was amazing. The parent support for the team out of Liberty was incredible, the boys team. And they've had some struggles. They only have 5 people on the team. And so if they're missing somebody, they don't have a team. But they played there, they got out there, and it was just such a thrilling moment to see the support that the parents were giving to that team of 5 guys that were out there, giving it everything they had, playing against a really good team. And they stood up very well for them. So that was good. And then, of course, the girls' teams, great talent on the girls' side. Got to go to the 9/11 assembly at Blue Horizons, and you're right, it was a lot of fun, and it was loud. Part of what we were talking about is a relay they ran where the kids would have to gear up, run down, ungear, the next kid would gear up, run down, and so on, so the 4 kids had to gear up and disclose and then run. And then after that was the teachers, and it was incredibly good. They're pretty fast. They had one of the Buckeye Fire was also putting the clothes on and off. Our teachers were pretty close to as fast as they were. So, and the enthusiasm in that crowd was really great, and it was a good time to have that happen. It's been a rough week over there. So that was really a good way for it to all come to an end. Went to the Donuts for Transportation. That was a lot of fun. There's very few things that I can do first anymore in public education, but I did have a chance to do that with the Transportation with Donuts. I actually got to go on top of a school bus. I've been a lot of places on a school bus, but I've never been on top. And it was cool. It was pretty fun to be on top of that school bus. Went to Liberty for Las Brisas for the superintendent spotlight. Again, very good meeting. Not quite as many parents as we would have hoped to had, but it was a really good discussion of the math program and what's going on there. I forgot to mention this. The curriculum night for West Star, the way that started was a general meeting where there was a Math 101 class going on. And it was really well done. It really explains to the parents how this math is, especially the vocabulary. Vocabulary is tricky in math. It keeps changing. The functions, what you do stays the same. But they call it different things because it makes a difference what you're going to do with that skill on down the road. And that's why the vocabulary changes. But that was the thing that I heard that the parents were asking about, was more help with vocabulary on the math program that we're delivering. So that's certainly a doable thing. Finally, the last thing was the groundbreaking, exceptionally emotional day. That surprised me. I knew it would be a good rah-rah, and what a perfect choice to have a school named after. But it was very emotional, and it was a very special moment for all of us that were there. Thank you.
Board Member Cirincione.
All right, this is going to sound pretty familiar to a lot of you, so I'll keep it short. I went to the West Star board visit. One thing that really stuck out to me was the teacher engagement. I think all the board members commented on that towards the end. Like, all the teachers were engaged. Like, none of the classrooms we went to, they weren't just like handing papers out. They weren't watching a video. So it was really nice to see. I thought maybe it was a setup because they knew we were coming, so I was peeking in like windows as we were walking down other hallways into the classes, and it was the same in those. So that was really nice to see. So kudos for that. I went to a couple of volleyball games on the different campuses, and it was really nice to see out there and see the students competing after school. I'd like to give a shout out to the athletic director, the coaches, the volunteers, the staff at the schools, and the staff here, because without you guys, the sports wouldn't happen. So great job with that. Please keep it up. I know the students love it. It was great community support. I think every place we went was full of families out there cheering their students on, so that was great to see. I also went to the West Star Curriculum Night. I went to that math instruction that you've seen. It was really cool. They had the parents kind of go through how the students will learn and the different ways you can learn a problem and why it might not really stick out to you, and how, I can't think of the term, not the lexicon, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? The two different ways to do it. You're trying to learn. Yeah, there was a term. See, I already forgot. No wonder the parents are confused. Yeah, it was like I don't know. It'll come to me after we leave, and I'm like, dang it. And the last thing I went to was the groundbreaking. And again, the same thing with the community. Like the turnout was amazing. I got there like a half hour before. I'm glad I did because there was nowhere to park. So that's really awesome to see the community support for that. And that's it, President Todd.
All right, thank you. I have a few new things to add and a few repeats. I too attended the law conference this year, the Arizona School Board Association. Attended the Gifted Parent Forum here at the district office. We've hosted that last couple of years. It's great to see all the gifted parents from across the district participate in that. I also attended a Goodyear City Council meeting with Dr. Monroe and Mr. Young. Mr. Diesner was there. Goodyear City Council has agreed to start the process to annex Loretta Zumbro School Elementary into their district. What does that mean for us? It means a lot of things. We get better police fire support. We're going to get water, get sewage, be a part of their growing community. We serve them. They're very, very excited. We have great support from the mayor and council. It was overwhelming, 7 council members, and not a single one of them said anything but expedite this, get this moving. We want Liberty schools in our city. It was fantastic. So to all the council members, to the mayor, to the staff, a lot of work in annexing some land, but they were extremely excited to have us continue to grow with them. So it was fantastic. The Donuts for Transportation event was fantastic. It's always nice to reward them. And sometimes we talk about doing that here. The problem is they're up at 4 or 5 in the morning getting the buses going. So asking them to come to a meeting at this time of night, probably not showing much appreciation to them. So we do that during the day. We did a lunch for the grounds crew to recognize them. Same thing. They're up long before the sun and the heat. So we hosted and Dr. Monroe hosted that and came and gave some words. Attended a meeting this past week on Friday, actually with Goodyear PD and Buckeye PD on our safety review and our plan for our community forum that will take place tomorrow night over at Blue Horizons. So we've got a lot of support from all 3 police departments that serve us. It's a very unique district having 3 separate technically police and fire agencies, 3 police, 3 fire agencies that help us. So I guess there's 2 fire agencies now, but it's quite a feat sometimes working with all of them. But we got great support from those departments, so I'm excited about that. The West Star Curriculum Night, I attended that. Las Brisas Superintendent Spotlight. Again, as mentioned, parent attendance wasn't as high as we'd like, but the dialogue with the staff was fantastic, and everybody was there. So we're learning some good things. We're seeing good things that are taking place on that campus. Same thing we did in Estrella, Superintendent Spotlight. Those kind of replaced our coffee with the superintendent. So we did last year. These are now in the afternoon when it's 110 outside. Coffee isn't the best for everybody, but we got iced coffee because Minnie's always customer service. Minnie's always thinking, so right. So that was great. Attending some volleyball games, fantastic. It was a great thing. And seeing the competition, I would agree with Board Member Kenyon. The level this year is great. I commend Dr. Mahorn. She worked hard to get some new officials. We've struggled in this district for years to have professional officials at our games. People carry themselves in a professional manner. And last year, watching the baseball tournament, as a baseball umpire myself, I was slightly more than mortified at what I was seeing. Reached out to Dr. Monroe and said something needs to change immediately. Within about 3 days, we had an entire new officiating crew that's come in. You're talking guys that are doing high school and college level sports as well, now coming to our games. For those that might wonder, we switched our games from Tuesday, Thursdays to Monday, Wednesday. Why, you ask? Because all the varsity games are Tuesdays, Thursdays. So we're competing against those high quality officials. And if, to be honest, the choice to do a high school varsity game or do a 7th grade volleyball game, I'm probably going to take the varsity game. There's a little bit more money, a little bit more action, a lot of things, especially as these officials, a lot of them are trying to get picked up. If they're not in the college level, they're trying to. So they're trying to up their game as much as possible. However, switching to Monday, Wednesday, a little adjustment for staff and parents, but we've had great reviews from our athletic directors, our coaches, and so I'm very excited for that and commend the staff for moving as quick as they did. But it was great. Last year, at the end of the year, I was approached at Rainbow Valley by some students. He said, "President Todd, we need strawberry milk." You don't think much about it, but that's what they wanted. So we were able to work with Miss Cindy from our food services department. We're not offering it every day right now because we're kind of studying how well it's consumed, but twice a month, special days, they'll get strawberry milk as a feature in their lunch. And we're seeing the numbers, it's picking up, and I've been at a couple of campuses, and that's one of the big reviews from the students. They like the strawberry milk. So super happy about that. Blue Horizons, I apologize. I missed your Patriot Day when Mr. Naminsky and I first started talking about this. He said, "Do you have any contacts at the fire department?" I said, "Let me call Jake Rhodes. He's the fire chief. I know him very well. He's a great guy." I said, "Jake, we need you on September 11th. He said, "What do you need? We'll be there." And they showed up in full force. It was a great event. Unfortunately, I had to miss it. I was invited down to a Hall of Flame at the Hall of Flame Firefighting Museum to attend with several retired New York City firemen that live here in the Valley. And so they asked me to go there, and I had to make a choice. And it was tough, but it's something I wanted to do for a long time to attend that event. So I took that up. We did West Star campus tour, and it's already been mentioned. Great engagement from the teachers. In previous years, we'd take tours and we'd see teachers sitting at desks and a video playing, and that's just always bothered me. And for those of you that were at the work session earlier, we kind of talk a little bit about what does technology mean? Well, it means using it to our advantage, not sitting behind the desk pushing play on a video. I don't want videos teaching our kids. The human interaction is critical. And we saw that at West Star. It was some of the most excitement I've ever seen. And honestly, that was with the first couple of weeks of school. Usually still kind of getting their groove each year, but it was firing on all cylinders. So it was fantastic. And the campuses are clean. What we're noticing this year, campuses are very clean. And I commend the grounds crew for that. Mr. Young's leadership to make sure they're doing a good job is fantastic. When we talk about volleyball, and Board Member Bixler was, I think, talking about the competition, I just give a little shout out for a former student at Las Brisas, Sadie Snyder. She gave a verbal commitment to Boise State Broncos to play volleyball with them. The official will come later, but she's up in high school now, and we're producing. It's fantastic to see some of our athletes moving on to Division I schools, and so it's a cool thing. So we're a little orange for the Broncos and not the Denver Broncos. I'm not a fan of them, but the Boise State Broncos I like. I just want to make that clear for any Broncos fans out there, but just a little joke among sports fans. A couple other things. The Zumbro groundbreaking. What an honor it was. Certainly emotional. I've received several texts. I got a little emotional myself. It's okay. I'll be picked on for that forever, and I'll wear that badge with honor. But what an event, and I commend the staff for coming. It's an exciting time for us to have the 8th school opening, but it's more exciting to be naming it after an educator. And when you think about that, schools around this valley, around the country, are named after astronauts, presidents. And we took one of our own and put him in that category of these very high regarded people. And I can't think of a better person than Miss Zumbro. So the brand new police chief from Goodyear showed up, and he was like, "Well, I've never seen anything like this." We heard that previously. The mayor was here. The mayor says, "Man, this rivals some of our big business ground openings." So it was fantastic. It was great. And the last thing I wanted to share was got to attend an event up at Sprouts, their Healthy Community Fund. Miss Cindy and Miss Murray, our principal over at at Liberty. Let me correct that. Miss Murray over at Liberty applied for a grant. They got a $10,000 grant, and they get this plaque to hang up at their school. More importantly, they got a check for $10,000. Growing Healthy Communities, Sprouts Healthy Communities Foundation. Says Sprouts, together with its customers and team members, proudly supports this program. It's part of their neighborhood grant partnership. Sprouts gave out a little over $4 million this year to schools, all somewhere in that $10,000 range across the country. But what a great event. And I commend Miss Murray. She did that before she went on maternity leave. And we did get a little sneak preview of her baby now, who was there. Absolutely fantastic. So we'll wear that with a lot of honor, and a $10,000 grant coming to our agri-science program. And Miss Cindy from our food services helps with that as well. So it's just super exciting time. So it has been a busy week. We've had a lot of meetings, a lot of discussions about some of the threats that have gone on at some of our neighboring schools. We did invite the Buckeye High School to participate, or Buckeye High School District to participate with us at our safety forum tomorrow. They declined that offer. I don't know why, but we are reaching out to all of our partners and working with them. And last but not least, I forgot, had a very great conversation this morning with Luke Air Force Base. This started about a year ago with their general, who was the base commander. He's now moved on, but we've picked the ball back up. They have an entire program to support our STEM schools. They have grants, and they're really looking for ways to give us money and attention. Career days, bring students up to Luke Air Force Base, bring pilots out to us, bring other airmen out. So a great process. I know, Dr. Monroe, you received an email on that this morning too, but we've never really engaged the base quite like I think we should have. And anytime we can have those folks participating with us is fantastic. Nothing better than having military guys supporting our guys and girls supporting our campuses, and we'll take their money as well. We like that. So they said there's lots of grants, have a federal mandate to help out with STEM programs. They weren't really even aware we had a STEM school. So I don't know what's happened over the last 20 years or so, but this started, and some things in the military run a little bit slow, but now we're up to speed, and Dr. Monroe and I will be heading out to the base to meet with the commanding officers and their designees to talk a little bit more about how we continue to move this program forward. So great time. You got one thing to add? Go ahead.
Yeah, the word was algorithm. I remember.
I was going to tell you we'd have a special board meeting at 3 a.m. when I woke up and thought about it, but I'm glad you came up with it. I usually do that, 3 a.m. Don't call me. I'll just write it down. But all right, if there's no other updates, we'll move on to 4.1, approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. President, can I pull 4.10? 4.10 to be precise.
Four 4.10 is pulled. Anything else?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 4.10.
Have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to approve everything on the consent agenda with the exception of 4.10. For the vote, Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also, I will show that proof. 5 yes, 0 no. 4.10. Board Member Kenyon.
Yeah, Mr. President, because of what was presented this earlier with the gifted program at Westar, they're looking at doing fundraising, and we're here approving fundraisers. So I wonder if, I don't know if they have their own, maybe Ms. Crawley might know, if they have a name or if what their schools or what their store is going to be or anything like that.
It's the School Spirit Store on this handout.
That is a School Spirit Store.
School Spirit Store.
Yeah, we didn't, I don't know if they're going to call it that, but that's the same principle. So we kind of found common terminology.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was on here.
It should be.
Yes, actually, it was not on the original, and so we added it, and that's why you have a printout.
Gotcha.
With you.
Okay.
We added that one last one. Actually, Natasha brought it up. She's like, "Hey, you're missing that one," and I was like, "You're right, we are." So
just making sure it was there.
Thank you.
All right. with that, I'll go ahead and approve. Mr. President, I make a motion to approve 4.10.
Have a second.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I call your name. We'll take your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also, and I will show that proof. 5 yes, 0 no. Next up should be item 5.1, discussion consideration of personnel action items. Dr. Stephanie Mahorn.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, Governing Board, you will also have a printout for this, and the only change is highlighted in yellow. The reason for this is we do have a math teacher that is currently out long-term right now until November, could be longer, and we at the last minute had a substitute teacher apply that is math endorsed for middle school math, and so we wanted to get her on the agenda so she could fill in for that teacher, because it is the long-term teacher that's out is a math teacher, and she is middle school math endorsed. So we wanted to make sure that we could get her in so she could be so she could long-term sub in that classroom, and we could have someone fully endorsed to cover that classroom. So that is why that's the only change from the original personnel agenda.
Okay, and members, just a little housekeeping. I have requested that the personnel action items come off of the consent agenda. Consent items are things that are routinely approved. We seem to pull consent quite a bit, so I've taken upon us to move it, or I'm sorry, personnel, to move personnel out of consent and keep it part of general business. Otherwise, we can take a motion, second, have discussion if we need it.
Before we go that, could I add one thing, Mr. President?
Yes, you may.
If you go down to the area where it starts talking about change of assignment, if you look at Frances Everett, she just moved on our salary scale by going BA plus 30. And I just want to highlight that because it kind of gets lost in the shuffle every once in a while. One of the ways to sharpen your skills is to go back to school and take classes and get more hours. That not only helps you as far as your professional aspects, but it also helps you financially, because we have incentives for that. So I just wanted to really draw attention to that is a possibility for our teachers, and I hope that they take advantage of it. It helps in so many different ways, and I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. I'll take a motion in a second.
Mr. President, motion to approve personal action items.
Second.
A motion by Board Member Strencioni, and the second was from Board Member Bixler. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. There's no further discussion. We'll call the vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that proof. 5 yes, 0 no. Next on the docket, 5.2, discussion consideration of overnight and out-of-state field trip proposals. Dr. Mahorn.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, Governing Board. This is something that comes to you yearly. Recommendation from the different principals. All of the principals, I believe, are here. All of these field trips, except for the one presented by Mrs. Crawley earlier, are regular field trips that come before you each year. So if you have any questions specific to buildings, the principals are here to answer those as well. These are routine field trips. You will notice that Blue Horizons and Freedom are not on here yet. They have not done field trips in the past. They will be bringing field trips. I've just been working with them because they will be new to this, but they will be bringing field trips to you later this fall.
Members, I'll take a motion in a second.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve overnight and out-of-state field trips for school year 24-25.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Members, I will call out, last year we approved a somewhat of a cap on field trips. The MAG program field trip is proposed to be a little higher than that. However, we have language in the policy that was approved to allow for that. So I just So kind of wanted to put that out there beforehand. I think Ms. Camerata has the policy and she can read that for your review. I just want to make sure everybody understands that in case the question comes back later. Do you have that policy still? You can read it, please.
Would you like for me to read the entire letter that was given?
I think the part that's relevant is the exception with,
Okay.
there's an exception in there.
The recommended extracurricular activity fees for the 24-25 school year are proposed as follows. You'll have extracurricular athletics, science Olympiad, student council, yearbook, other extracurricular activities, extracurricular field trips, which were $1 to $5.50. For the BAG program, this covers other fees may be charged per student to be determined based on the exact cost of costumes, supplies, entrance fees, transportation, etc. And that's where that would fall under.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that in case it comes back out. I think we're fully in compliance with our policies and adopted procedures. But I did want to clarify that just because it is a little bit more. Obviously, we heard from parents, they're fully supportive of this program. That if there's no further discussion, we can go for a vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strincioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved 5 yes, 0 no. Next will be item 5.3, discussion consideration of second reading of policies. Get ready. BBBA, BEDB, BGE, CFD, DJE, EBAA, EDC, ECB, EEAA, GCF, GDH, IHA, IMA, IJ, NDB, JFA, BDA, JFB, JH, JHD, JIH, JJE, KB, and KEC. Go ahead.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board. So that's 22 policies. So I commend President Todd for reading those. So at the last board meeting, we had a first read and staff was able to answer various questions that the board had on these policies. We were able to make updates and changes based on the board feedback or based on observations from the board on IHA and GCF. I did want to point out that when the policy advisory came to us from ASBA, our own legal counsel, Mr. Dangerfield, found a number of citation errors in ASBA's work, and so I'm glad that we were able to get those corrected. So staff is here. This is for a second read and approval. We're happy to answer any other questions. Just know most of these policy updates at this time are clarifying language. They may be cosmetic, correcting grammar, or to better align with statutes. But staff would approve the second reading of these 22 policies. And we can answer any questions, additional questions the board may have.
Members, any questions, comments?
And I think it's probably best when you make the motion to read them all off like President Todd did.
Fine, I'll
Talk
go
about
for
that
it.
in your performance evaluation. Yeah. All right. Whoever wants to do it.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the second reading of policies BBBA, BEDB, BGE, CFD, DJE, dang it, EBAA, EBC, ECB, EEAA, GCF, GDF, IHA, IMA, IJNDB, JFA, BDA, JFB, JH, JHD, JIH, JJE, KB, and KEC.
Second.
We'll let the new guy slide. Okay, members, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the policy? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strincioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Would show it approved 5 yes, 0 no. Next up will be item 5.4, discussion consideration of the superintendent criteria for performance pay. Dr. Monroe.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board, hopefully the policy reading doesn't come up into the performance evaluation talk, but under state statute, superintendents are eligible to earn up to 20% of their salary for performance pay. In my contract, which is visible and posted on the website, the board has decided to allow up to 10%. And the state has also provided a rubric or a criteria on how you can decide whether the superintendent has met those goals or partially met those goals or hasn't met those at all. However, I will say that the board has the option to create their own alternative rubric. So last year, the board approved a different rubric, an alternative rubric, to assess whether the superintendent met the goals, and that's what was approved last year. That's what I bring to you this year is the same rubric. However, there is a slight adjustment. This rubric aligns with the strategic plan. So instead of the strategic plan, the old strategic plan had basically 4 priority areas, whereas the new one has 5 priority areas. So the change made from last year was, as opposed to 25% of the goal for priority area of the 4, now it's 20%. Each strategic plan priority area represents 20% of the goal. So I would recommend that the board approve the alternative grading rubric. Let me find the language. To use the alternative procedure for the measures and calculation of the superintendent's pay for performance. That's before you, and I can answer any questions that the board may have.
Members, any questions? Hearing none, we'll take a motion in a second.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the use of an alternative procedure for the measures and calculation of the performance pay portion of the superintendent's compensation in alignment to the superintendent's contract pursuant to ARS 15341A 39, and approve the use of the rubric criteria to calculate 20% of eligible performance compensation for each strategic plan priority area.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve item 5.4, superintendent criteria for performance pay and the alternative rubric. There's no discussion. We could take a vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that proof 5 yes, 0 no. Next is item 5.5, discussion consideration of the superintendent and the Liberty Elementary School District fiscal year 24-25 performance goals. Dr. Monroe.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board, before you, you'll see the superintendent performance goals. And I want to point out a few things. First of all, I'd like to thank the cabinet for their joint work and helping with these goals. Secondly, I'd like to point out to the board, they should look very familiar because they align with our strategic plan. And so there's nothing revolutionary, there's nothing out of right field. But one thing that's very important to me is that we have goal alignment between our teachers, our principals, the board, and the superintendent. So you'll see that the goals are divided up into 5 priority areas, which are the priority areas of the strategic plan. Some of them are more measurable than others. Some of them are project-based, and others of them may be multi-year. However, the rubric that was just approved allows the board to grade whether the superintendent, when this happens in March or April, has met some of these goals, made significant progress. And so I can take any discussion or questions the board may have, but I feel a lot of confidence in these goals and helping us be aligned to the strategic plan and what we're doing right now to move the district ahead. So I would recommend approval of the performance-based goals for the superintendent.
Members, any questions? Hearing none, we'll take a motion in a second.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the proposed performance goals for the superintendent, Dr. Court Monroe, as attached.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion, a second. If there's no further discussion, we will take a vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that proof 5 yes, 0 no. Item 5.6, discussion consideration of job description for administrative assistant to the cabinet. Dr. Mahorn.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board. This position will be a part of the overall organizational restructure of our district. The position of human resource specialist, instead of generalist, it should be specialist. I'm sorry for that. And one student registration specialist have been collapsed, so this position will be budget neutral. The administrative assistant to cabinet will provide support to myself, Mr. Dane Bolden, and Mr. Bob Young. So I'll open up to any questions for any of the three of us. So again, this is a budget neutral position. We've collapsed two.
Members, any questions? Hearing none, I'll take a motion.
Mr. President, motion to approve job description for administrative assistant to the cabinet.
A second.
Second.
I have a motion by Board Member Cirincione, a second by Board Member Kenyon.
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approved 5 yes, 0 no. Next will be item 5.7, discussion consideration of resolution regarding Arizona School Board Association policy services. Vice President Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a basic resolution that goes over the issues that we've been having with the ASBA policy, that they've been providing us. And basically, it's a resolution stating that we're going to stop using their services at the end of the year and move over to the model policy program from the Arizona Risk and Retention Trust. This is also going to save the district quite a few dollars. And I'd like to ask Mr. Bolden, could you go over real quick the savings for the district moving to the trust?
President Todd, Vice President Parks, members of the board. Yes, thanks for your question, Vice President Parks. Yes, we're going to save about $15,000 a year on average. The first year will be $10,000 if we go with ASBA or the trust, excuse me, because we're going to have to spend a severance fee of $5,000. So we're only going to save $10,000 the first year, and then after that, it's going to be $15,000 every year after that.
Perfect. Thank you. I also wanted to emphasize the fact that a lot of the policies that are coming in the SBA needs extensive review by legal and a lot of modifications that also cost this district a lot of money. And, the review by the board and it's just exhaustive going through it. So I'm asking the board to pass this resolution and look forward to moving to the trust for our policies.
Vice President Parks, I would ask before we take motions or vote, if you will just read the resolution for the public so they can hear it as well.
Okay. You want me to read it in whole?
Please.
Okay. Whereas the purpose of the Arizona School Board Association ASBA policy services is to provide policies that align with state statute and support the legislative authority provided by the statute to school district governing boards. And whereas the Arizona School Board Association should provide policies that are not political or support an ideology that can harm children. And whereas the Arizona School Board Association uses taxpayer dollars provided to school districts for lobbying efforts that support the expansion of mental and behavioral health services to children in a vulnerable school environment. And whereas the policies provided by the Arizona School Board Association require significant resources in legal review and modification to align with state education statutes. And whereas the policies provided by the Arizona School Board Association continually add district policy requirements that are not supported by statute and also have citation errors. Whereas the Arizona School Board Association policy training has explicitly instructed both administration and school board members on how to skirt requirements of open meeting law. And whereas the Arizona School Board Association continually provides policies that direct the legislative authority away from the governing board to the superintendent and administration. Whereas the Arizona School Board Association continues to push legislative action and policies that undermine parental rights. Whereas, as stakeholders, all parental rights are reserved to a parent of a minor child without obstruction or interference from the state, any political subdivision of the state, any government entity, or any other institution. It's the Parents' Bill of Rights. Be it resolved that the Liberty 25 School Governing Board has determined the Arizona School Board Association uses its position to use taxpayer dollars to lobby for laws that undermine the safety and education of children, provides policies provided by the ASBA do not support or follow state statutes. The policies that redirect statutory authority from school boards to the administration, directs administration and school boards to violate state education statutes, requires extensive financial resources to legally review every policy provided by the ASBA. The Liberty Elementary School District 25 Governing Board will discontinue the use of the Arizona School Board Association Policy Services January 1, 2025. The Liberty Elementary School District Governing Board will contract with the Model Policy Program through the Arizona Risk and Retention Trust.
And page 2.
Adopted by the Liberty School District, a regular open meeting of the public held on September 16th, 2024.
Okay, members, you've heard the resolution. We had no request for discussion.
Yes, Mr. President, I do have some discussion to add.
Okay.
My experience with the Arizona School Board Association is nowhere close to what is being described in this resolution. My experience with them goes all the way back to 1991 when I was honored enough to get my very first administrative position. I've had a good relationship with the Arizona School Board. I am not going to support this resolution.
Mr. President, can I have the floor?
You may.
Well, we just passed a policy, IHA, Basic Instructional Program. The ASBA struck out F, technology skills. Apparently, they don't want us teaching technology skills in our schools. G, they included health in physical education, including mental health instruction, may be included as part of other subject areas and shall comply with ARS 1570102. Well, first of all, there's nothing in any statute that establishes that any school district should be having education of mental health. Who's qualified to do so? What are the certifications required? I can go on to say, why would you have a physical ed teacher be teaching that? Now, the other piece is ARS 1570102 is about the Holocaust. So they're referencing a statute that isn't even relevant. Can move on to the last paragraph. Superintendent is directed to emphasize the use of resource developed by the State Board of Education relating to civics education with aligned the academic standards in social studies. Here's the problem. That's completely goes against statute of 15721 that says the board does that. So there is a problem. Every dang policy I have to go through, check mark, figure out if the citations are correct, figure out where it is in statute, and then have to go send it to legal for review. I'm done. I'm done with this.
Any further discussion?
Mr. President, what we learned earlier with the trust that we're looking at turning to, looks like there's a lot of districts that are jumping this direction, that are turning, including the largest district in our state, Mesa Unified, just moving over to this and leaving ASBA for their policy. So I like what's going on. I like the direction that we're looking at. When something starts getting to the point where you can't change it, it's good to look at other options, and I do support this resolution.
I know in speaking with several of the districts that have switched, they all express the same thing. The policy advisories have a lot of, for lack of a better term, bloating that is coming out. I can appreciate Board Member Bixler's comments back to 1991. probably a better organization back then. But today, there are some significant problems with them. We'll further go on to say that I'm extremely concerned that we got a scathing email from their executive director threatening legal action if we leave them and accusing us of stealing their policies. To be quite honest, I don't want any of their policies. They're junk, they're garbage, and I could go on, but it's a public meeting, so I should probably bite my tongue. It is nonstop. They want to try to hold us captive. First of all, they're trying to claim copyrights on statute. If all they're doing is giving us statute, I don't know how they're copywriting that. But you don't engage in a long-term relationship that we've had with the School Board Association, where they want to say all the good things about us with a letter saying we're going to sue you, in a threat letter. It's not the way we do business. It's not a good way to do business. So fully supportive of moving. I think the waters have been tested. These are not small school districts that have moved. There's small, there's medium, there's large, but it speaks volumes to what's happening. And clearly, the School Board Association is feeling the effect because the law conference, they spent more time talking about policy services. Every single thing was an advertisement for their policy services, except for we're going to clean up our mess that we keep doing with them. So I will be fully supportive of this resolution, and if there's no further discussion, we'll take a motion in a second.
Mr. President, motion to discontinue the use of Arizona School Board Association policy services beginning January 1st, 2025.
A second.
Second.
A motion. Board Member Strencioni, a second by Board Member Kenyon. There's no further discussion. We'll take the vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Nay.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approved 4 yes, 1 no. Next on the item is, in the agenda is 5.8 pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A1 and 38-431-03A3. The board may vote to hold an executive session to discuss and receive legal advice from the district's legal counsel regarding the continued employment and or severance agreements for 2 district employees. I know we have one request for public comment. Legal has suggested that we hold that till 5.10 when we actually have discussion and a vote. We will do that. At this point, I will just take a motion for adjournment into executive session. And just to clarify, our employees were noticed properly of the meeting? Okay, and neither one of them, they're the only ones that could choose to have this public. They have not opted to do that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, members, I'll take the motion.
A motion to enter to executive session.
I have a second.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take the vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show we're adjourned into recessed into executive session at 7:31 p.m. Me too. Okay, we'll show the time is 8:18 PM. We're back in general session. We'll move on to item 5.10. I believe we have two public comments now.
First up for public comment is Mark Aguirre.
Just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The board is not able to respond to most items back, except for personal criticisms. There's a timer on the board in a couple of places, and time will start when you start.
My name is Mark Aguirre. I am speaking today to simply say thank you to Kevin Gates, John Moreno for your unwavering service and support to the children of this school district. When seeing your severance and ultimately employment being discussed in executive session, I felt compelled to come tonight and speak. With that being said, I also want to apologize to you both for the lack of funding that your respective departments received that hindered your ability to achieve the necessary success that you needed in order to satisfy your supervisors and ultimately this board. As I wrote this and reflected on your individual accomplishments, I found myself wondering what happened to the millions of dollars of deferred maintenance money that the public approved in the bond that was successfully passed under the previous board and superintendent. I know with personal certainty that the previous superintendent and board president were looking forward to putting that money to use in order to see you achieve the goals that you both expressed numerous times in public meetings. If only the public had any idea of the truly personal sacrifices that you both endured while being employed here in this school district, I feel that there would have been more support for your continued employment. Thank you for everything. You deserve so much better than what you received recently in the last few years.
The next speaker is Kelly Zimmerman.
I'm speaking today as a concerned community member and taxpayer. Agenda item 5.10 is about the severance package for 2 long-term contracted employees. My first question is, why is the board doing this now? If they were not confident in these 2 employees' abilities, why offer them a contract in the spring of last year? It makes no sense to offer them a contract and then pay them to leave a few months later. I'm concerned that the board is not being fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. A severance is not offered when an employee is leaving on their own accord or if the employer is letting them go. A severance is usually offered in Arizona when employers need to protect themselves from lawsuits, or a severance may be used to protect company information. In my opinion, I believe these severance packages are being offered because the district is trying to protect themselves from people talking about what is really happening in the district. Let's revisit this pattern of behavior. In January of 2023, this current board leadership claimed online that Dr. Schuff wanted to leave, but through public records requests, it was clear the board misled the public. That wasn't true. She was forced out, offered a severance in order for her to agree to the resignation that the board then accepted. The board leadership forced out the superintendent and had to pay what I guess was her entire contract, and then we had to pay another person to do the same exact job she was already doing. So in reality, the taxpayers were paying 2 people to do the same job. Now here we are again, 2 high-level district employees appear to being forced out. Now I can't prove it any longer because we don't get public records requests in a timely manner, and when we do, they're often missing things. But I can only suspect, based on previous actions of this board leadership, that the 2 employees don't want to leave, hence why they're being offered a severance, which seems to be an effort to keep them quiet. Now on Saturday, Board President Todd wrote me an email in response to a matter completely unrelated and decided to include his opinion on this particular agenda item. He said, and I quote, the severance, may simply mean the person is getting their vacation time paid out. It is common practice for long-term employees or people in executive positions to get that done upon their exit from an organization. The law requires these things to take place in executive session, end quote. If the severance was simply paying out vacation time, how come when the director of business services resigned in March of 2024 was her resignation and vacation payout handled in personal action items? It was not done in executive session. Mr. Todd told me 2 days ago the law required the executive session. So which one is it? Either way, a severance package is much more than paying out someone's vacation, and this board is not using taxpayer dollars in a responsible way to ensure that the most dollars are being spent inside the classroom to increase student proficiency, which they say that's their main objective.
Members, I feel they need to respond to some false information. Let's make it very clear that Dr. Schuff did resign from her position. It was via a telephone call to me after spending about an hour and a half on the phone talking about an agenda. The last thing she said is, "Oh, by the way, I don't think this is going to work for me anymore in this district." I asked Dr. Schuff several times to communicate with her staff, and she chose not to do that. But make no doubt, Dr. Schuff did resign on her own accord, and there was no intention to do anything different. So again, the complete spewing of false information that goes on from people in this public is absolutely ridiculous. You also know, to be corrected, that the contract has limitations in there. There was not a full payout because it was a resignation. It's a public document. You can file a public records request and get it. They're all reviewed by lawyers and they're released accordingly. But again, she did not get a full payout. There needs to be some responsibility from the public who wants to continue to spew false information about this board and district.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I just remind everybody that all personnel issues are kept very confidential. This is not only by statute, but to keep from harming individuals. Due to legal requirements and the subsequent harm it may occur, the board and administration does not and will not comment on personal issues. That's why we go into executive session. I don't think it is responsible to make speculation on what's going on. I will comment. It appears Ms. Zimmerman thought it was politically advantageous to spread conspiracy theories and rumors on social media relating to this agenda item. This was not only irresponsible, it led to the spread of misinformation and the unfortunate result of throwing these two individuals under the bus. Obviously, you did not take into consideration as to how spreading misinformation would have potential to harm these individuals. I would have hoped you'd have known better.
Members, I'll take a motion on 5.10.
Motion to approve proposed severance for John Moreno, including salary through November 30th, health benefits through December 31st. Additionally, a motion to approve proposed severance for Kevin Gates, including salary through October 31st and health benefits through October 31st.
Mr. Brown, are you okay with that motion? Okay, we'll do one at a time.
Okay, I'll do the first
So,
motion.
let's do
Motion
the
to
first
approve
motion.
proposed severance for John Moreno, including salary through November 30th and health benefits through December 31st.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. First item. Ms. Camerata, can you please repeat the motion back so we have it correct? Here, take your time.
First motion will read, motion to approve the proposed severance agreement for John Moreno, including salary through November 30th and health benefits through December 31st.
Okay, you have the motion and the second recorded by Parks and Kenyon, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any discussion? I just want to clarify from staff, this severance package, as it's called, is really nothing more than their pay for the next few weeks until November 31st, and then the benefits, correct? Okay. All right, with that, we'll take a vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved. 5 yes, 0 no.
Mr. President, motion to approve proposed severance for Kevin Gates, including salary through October 31st and health benefits through October 31st.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion, a second. For Kevin Gates severance, regular salary through October 31st, benefits through October 31st. Ms. Camerata, when you get the motion entered properly, can you please repeat it?
The motion will read, motion to approve the proposed severance agreement for Kevin Gates, including salary through October 31st and health benefits to October 31st.
Okay, we have the motion and the second. Any discussion? Again, I just want to confirm that this is just salary and benefits through October 31st, nothing more. Okay, members, when there's no further discussion, we'll take the vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We show that that proved 5 yes, 0 no. All right, next we'll move on to item 6.1. This will be our section for general public comments of things.
Mr. President, I'll call Catherine Carlton.
Good evening, President Todd, members of the board, Dr. Court. My name is Catherine Carlton. I am here to express gratitude to the exceptional educational model that you have in the past presented and continue to fine-tune. This model can fundamentally change the current and future generations in a child's learning journey, preparing the young generations for the real world and giving them the best chance to succeed. The path forward will not be easy, though I am confident with the current makeup of this Liberty 25 school board, a successful outcome can be achieved. Thank you.
Kelly Zimmerman.
I wanted to talk about professional development tonight. The board has made it a big point this school year about the importance of improving math proficiency. And I am just curious as to why on the only Friday of the month that we have PD, as this board approved only one Friday of the month to have PD when it was approved in November of 2022. Why we are spending time doing professional development on customer service training. Mr. Parks was very confident that that we could trust teachers to do things on their own and that more than once a month was not needed. So if the math proficiency is the highest priority of the board, why are we not spending that valuable professional development time on that instead of customer service training? It seems like that training could have been provided in an email or a video that the district created that they could have watched on their prep or a different time, and that highly valuable PD time on Friday could have been spent really working on different strategies that teachers could use in the classroom to help with those math proficiencies that we all want to see improve.
Susan Cheatham.
President, board members, and Dr. Monroe, I'm just here to commend you and just share appreciation. I'm here to represent Legislative District 25, and we are so appreciative of your coming. Chris, Board Member Chris for coming to RLD and just sharing what's going on, and also Vice President Brian Parks as well for coming to our LD and sharing what the achievements that you've made, and I just want to see. You've taken Liberty School District to another level in education, and we are so appreciative about that. And you have shown such care for the kids. You've put aside your agenda and shown to the community that change that you have brought is a great change, a good change. The 4-day school week has produced less absentees, and has actually the kids' work and the productiveness of the children has been amazing from the reports that we've seen. And the changes that brought forth has caused this district to be a magnet for more wonderful school teachers to come. And from my understanding, there's a waiting list here as well. And we can't thank you enough for that. And Superintendent Dr. Monroe, you've been an amazing blessing to this district as well. You have been a bridge from this board to the staff, and we thank you for that. And changing the culture in this district has been positive, open, and welcoming. Despite some resistance, the district is now on the cutting edge and not afraid to take calculated risks to change the curriculum and improve the learning environment. We are so appreciative of this. We can't thank you enough. And your work has produced a model from which I understand that other schools are contacting you about. Thank you for putting the kids first and all the countless hours you put forth to benefit them. Thank you.
Are there any more?
Elwood Kunstler.
President Todd, Vice President Parks, Dr. Monroe, Superintendent. I am absolutely thrilled to be here tonight. I just sat through a meeting that was a blessing from Jesus to see. It was unbelievable how calm and how you went through the motions, how you got the stuff done, okay? And the grand opening of the school, or the groundbreaking with Miss Simbro, that's something school boards just don't ordinarily do, you know? They don't ordinarily name schools after, you know, teachers. But it was heartwarming to see. And anybody that doesn't understand that doesn't really understand school boards and what their purpose is. This meeting is an example of the stellar performance that you guys have done, okay? With the IGA, the IGD, the Title IX, protection of the kids, just absolutely wonderful. Even the Supreme Court agrees with you. And they waylaid Title IX also. So it's just crazy. As far as ASBA, let me just throw this into the mix so that everybody knows. I was in this building a couple of years ago, last year, when ASBA came and did a little training. And at the end of the training, what I determined was that they trained you how to skirt the open meeting laws. You know, and I've been very closely following ASBA and the schools that have disassociated with them. And this is a good move for this board, and it will help the children, and it'll save you some money, okay? And I just don't understand where all the hatred comes from. You got people in here giving you advice and calling you out for things that they don't know anything about. And my God, I think some of them are running for this board, and God help us if any of them ever get close to this board. They are going to take everything that you people have done and prioritized for our children and revert them back to when we had board members chasing teachers around. We had people in the audience laughing and pointing fingers. You remember those days? I do, and I don't want to go back. Thank you.
Are there any more public comments?
No, no, sir. No, Mr. President.
Okay, members, we're on to item 7, board comments. Actually, yeah, board comments or agenda topic requests.
Mr. President, it's come to my attention that the Westar PTO can't reconcile $27,000 of funds that was drained out of the PTO treasury at the last day of school. The PTO balance is 0, which makes the PTO insolvent. Can we have our finance department take a look and see if those funds were properly allocated and see if we can get some of those funds back to the PTO?
Okay, well, we can't really comment on it at this point because it's just topic, but we will ask staff to prepare a report and let us know what can be done. Okay, anything else?
Mr. President, I think it's time we start talking about school number 9. I know that we're coming up on a deadline, or at least an opportunity, and I believe it's 2026. We are scheduled to look at a new school. I'd very much like to see school number 9 be a 7th, 8th grade center. I'd like to see what that would take and how we do it. It will be more expensive. I can guarantee you that. I'd like to take a real hard look, see if we can do that.
Okay, well, staff to work on agendas for that. I have a question. We had a member from the comment ask about PD. We can get a report on how PD is scheduled. I know there's a multitude of things that happen on PD days, but I think it's good for everybody to understand. Members, the last thing to board comments. I was remiss in my board update earlier to comment on the artwork from our schools that's been brought into the district. I'm extremely excited to see the artwork. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Phoenix Art Museum, look out, because we're coming for you. This stuff is amazing that's in here, and I'd like to thank the schools that have participated. My understanding is that's going to be refreshed quite often. It makes this a great thing, and before you leave tonight, I would ask everybody to take a look at this artwork and see how great it is. It's spectacular. I think that one over there is better than the Mona Lisa, so it's bigger. So that's but it's great. So just want to thank the students and the teachers who are helping with that. Next up on our agenda, if there's no more comments, 8.1 upcoming board meetings. Got one on the 7th. Right now, it's only a regular governing board meeting, but do we need to have a work session ahead of that to finish up our work from Ms. Castellanos?
We can look at that.
Okay. So members, I would just ask you to hold some time prior to the meeting in case we need to do a work session that day. October 28th, we have a regular board meeting and a work study session, and November 18th, again, a regular governing board meeting and a work session. With that, we'll go to item 9.1. Our business is concluded. We'll adjourn the meeting at 8:42.